He's staying close to shore. Watch him as they make the turn. The end of the front straightaway. Raditic just blasts through that wave. These guys are getting, now all of our competitors, Raditic takes the lead. As he's, Kevin Kennedy, he makes the move, headed out to the ocean, headed directly out. All right, so who they are, here's the lineup right now. Out in front, Anthony Raditic at the end of the front straightaway. He made the move. He took over the lead. In second, the hole shot artist, Jason Lester. And in third, Kevin Kennedy, the New Hope, Pennsylvania rider. Kennedy on the far outside. And I believe that could be Tony Savage Sr. on the 224 out there. We'll check that number as they come around, Jordan.
Yeah.
Hey, Jordan, who we got up next?
Well, next up we have, for race number 2, we're running our sport stock division. Yeah, so sport stock will be up after this race.
Hey, I'm going to try and get the race score, okay? That way both the sports are done. We'll call them as early as we can and keep calling them. Can I make a suggestion? Tell Norm, get those flags going. If they don't show up, tough. Everybody else is out there.
Halfway through. Norm, that should be your halfway, right? 60 laps. Down, stay on one spot. I'm going to switch it.
Yeah. Yeah, Kevin. He's in third.
Actually, no, I think it's second now. Second one.
Here's your leader, Anthony Raditic. Raditic getting pushed towards the shore. Saw our scores tower coming up. Backed out of the throttle, head out to the ocean. Raditic getting bounced around like a cork out there. He's got a strong lead. Raditic way out in front. Second position. Here comes Lester.
No, he was down. He went down.
Pardon me. Okay, just got an official call. Jason Lester just going by, scoring, getting the white flag. He is your leader. Raditic went down, and Lester is out in front, headed to
the right section
to Europe,
of the
right? Is that the correct direction from here? Just keep going. So Jason Lester out in front. He got the hole shot. He's over on the far right-hand side. Look at the air that he's getting. Now, when these boats hook up, they are taking off.
We got a rider down out on the left side of our course here.
Kevin Kennedy. Kennedy getting back to his boat as quickly as possible, and that thing is getting rolled over. Kevin, look out. Let the boat go. That's Sean Compton out of Carthage, Texas, coming across. He's getting the white flag. He's in that, I believe, in the third spot. And fourth, the 153. That's Anthony Raditic. Anthony doing the job out there. After he got rolled over early, we see Kevin Kennedy, far left-hand side of the course.
And here's your leader, Jason Lester, with the checkered flag. Also had the hole shot. Congratulations to Jason Lester. Give it up. Let him hear it.
All right, Sports Stock Division, you should be on the line right now. We need number 13 out of Ackworth, Georgia. Sponsored by Monster Energy, Sea-Doo, and Mountain Motorsports, Dustin Farthing. On the number 12 machine out of Naples, Florida. Sponsored by Wade Chapin, BMS, Exotic Signs, Extreme.
That's okay. Just you can just put it somewhere and I'll. That's okay. Actually, Jim, want to give you a favor while you're up here? Take that little bit of duct tape, cut it into strips like that piece right there. Because we'll use it all day long. Yeah, we're working on it. Thank you. Hey, no, we're going to put it right here. As a matter of fact, I thought we were going to move that one over so we can see it as well. Yeah, it's okay. I just. Hey, Rick, they don't have any speakers down on the side. Yeah, the last one did. The person who wanted to come
I already had told Jules Thompson because I didn't have that. So I already had Jules Thompson copy and start.
Oh, man. Sean Compton comes across the line, hits a wave and hits the eject button. Here comes Anthony Raditic, trying to see if he can assist. Not much assistance there. So sport class riders, we need you to the line ASAP. Chad Eggleston, Keith Dill, Sean Reynolds.
Whoa. That boat blaster just smashed and almost tipped over the starting line. Here comes the other one. There it goes. Robin, get up to the starting line. Get up to the tower. Never mind.
Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear us?
Yeah, like you were talking. Yeah, say. Can you hear me on the headphones? Yeah, that's what it is. Don't stress. We don't tell you now. We'll do it all day long. People will complain. Nice drone. The size of that drone.
All right, sports stock division. You hear the whistles going, riders and boats going everywhere, Jordan. They're doing everything they can to get ready to go. We got to get these runabouts off the beach.
Yeah, if we can get as many people as we can to help down on the beach. We got boats flying everywhere, so we need people to help out as much as they can, just for everyone's safety.
We need everybody to stay away from the front of the tower. Yeah.
Everyone, please, when you guys put your boats and skis in the water, please stay away from the front of the tower, of our score tower, and try to stay off to the sides.
This is my brother-in-law, Gordy. Jim? Want me on the break? This is my brother-in-law, Gordy. Jim?
Yeah, so if you guys can please help out down on the beach. All right, as the riders are making their way to the line, coming in on boat number 14 from Naples, Florida, sponsored by Wade Chapin, Performance, Broward Motorsports, Exotic Sign, Hamilton's Custom, ISAW Cameras, we have Keith Dill. And on boat number 18, also from Naples, Florida, sponsored by HPE Performance, Full Shot Performance, Engines, and Strokers Industries, we have Sean Reynolds.
Sponsored by TV Racing, partner Watch your head. You're in charge of the bars, not me.
I'm right now, number 425 from Dawson, Georgia, sponsored by Music One, Pilot Captain,
It's still transmitting. Jeez. This thing was only supposed to make it to the yellow tent. It's still going.
And on boat number 910
Oh my.
from Cummings, Georgia, sponsored by RGR Motorsports, SP Performance, Avalar Hydro Image.
Okay, Mom. This was only supposed to transmit about as far as that yellow Sea-Doo tent.
Wow. And your dad's like...
Some of these younger riders haven't ridden in this kind of surf before. It is going to be interesting, folks. Keep your eye out on that large orange buoy, the very center of the track. When they make that turn, if we get a green flag, we are good to go, go, go. Race number 2, Sports Stock Division 1.
The wireless camera goes all the way to the end of the ECMs. Stairs. Love it. So you guys can do that, walk that all the way down. Take David with you.
All right, rider out front. We'll look for a number. That might be Eric Gabriel. Yeah, that's Dustin Farthing. Not much of a surprise there. Dustin Farthing out of Oh, and Farthing gets him.
Coming in at number 2, we have boat number 14, Keith Dill, and not too far behind him, boat number...
That's 910, Jeff
910,
McPhail.
Jeff McPhail. Those are your top 3 leaders, but in these conditions, there can be changes at any given second with the conditions that they're given right now.
Oh, and just as you say that, McPhail goes over.
There's the announcer's curse we were talking about, Kurt.
Well, when you were saying there could be, I'm saying there will be, and there you go. McPhail remounting, trying to make a move before that wave hits him. And into the surf. So McPhail goes from 3rd back to 7th, almost in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, coming back to the center of the course, your leader, Dustin Farthing, already got almost a half a lap lead. Absolutely crazy. And I think I can say in this class, Dustin Farthing has more time on one of these boats than any other rider. By far, multi-time national champion. He knows how to read the surf. Poetry in motion. Farthing making the left. Headed out into the waves, full air. Supercross, yeah. It's got nothing on surf action. National Tour.
Here comes your...
Oh, sorry.
Being able to keep his boat and have lots of traction going around the buoys. Following right behind him, we have boat number 12, Chad Eggleston from Naples, Florida, right behind him. And at any point, I mean, pretty much at any point, there can be a change, especially between the first and second, or the second and third position, because our leader is already coming up on lap traffic.
I'll tell you what, now we're seeing the first of the C2 HXs there. Oh, as I say that, the rider almost comes off, and he saves it. What a great great show for him. He had one leg in the air, one leg in the tray. He caught it right before the wave blasted the boat back into him, and Jeff McPhail making his move up.
Is this on?
I can't tell. I think mine's off too. Here's your leaders.
Check, check, check.
Leader boat number
Dustin
13.
Farthing. Farthing, far right hand side of the blah blah blah. Into it, on the Barbados.
Yeah, so I don't
All right, for those of you that are watching the live stream, they can't hear us on the beach, but you have the opportunity to hear us here. All right, Farthing continuing to lead. He's on the far left-hand side of the course. This next lap, he will be lapping riders. This is going to be the final lap. White flag coming out.
Man, he is doing really good timing these waves. I mean, he was able to accelerate across the front stretch here. He looked like he was coming way close to the scoring tower, but that's what you have to do to keep the traction. So the straight line, the fastest point between 2 points is a straight line, doesn't really apply here in this time of conditions.
Yeah, just like we were discussing earlier today, when the rider's in the trough, in between. Jordan.
Oh, we had one rider had to take the penalty buoy, keeping him honest. Now his front straightaway is a lot longer.
Boy, we got battles going all the way around this track. Sets of 2 riders. That's Jeff McPhail. McPhail moved up significantly. I believe he's in the 2nd place position now. And number 18, that's Sean Reynolds. That looks like Eric Gabrielle on the number 130 Sea-Doo out there. Now, of course, everything we're saying is officially unofficial, Jordan. Check the pit boards and your screen for the official results.
Yeah, you can also check everything out online, too, so make sure you get onto our live stream. Oh, and here's the checkered flag. Coming across, we have Dustin Farthing. Area, please stay out of the water. These water conditions are
GP, we should have Ralph McGregor, Jeff Lutker, Marshall Brown, and Aaron McConaughey on the line. You guys are up. Yeah, so Eric Gabrielle out of Allentown, Michigan coming through. Behind him, Jeff McPhail, I believe in the 3rd place position. In the 4th spot, Keith Dill in the 5th spot, Chad Eggleston. And look at the paddle for 7th. That, I think, taken by Mark Landis out of Delray Beach. Over Kevin Benjamin. Benjamin out of Gainesville, Georgia. And there is Sean Reynolds out of Naples. All right, we need
our veteran ski GP.
To the line, Ralph McGregor, riding the number 3 Yamaha. He's sponsored by 321 Yamaha and Judge Motorsport.
And we have self-sponsored, riding on boat number 55 from Freeport, Florida, riding the Kawasaki. We have Jeff Lutker.
On the number 11, NZ out of Christchurch, New Zealand, riding the Yamaha, sponsored by Commander Industries and Marshall Brown Advertising. It is Marshall Brown.
And on boat number 253 from Niceville, Florida, sponsored by Commander Industries, Planet Beach Designs, Action Sports New Zealand, we have Aaron McConaughey. After this veteran ski GP, we're going to move on to our sports stock Division 2. and then we will move right along to our pro show. So stick around. You're going to want to watch all these races. They are all a lot of fun, and our pro show will begin after our sports stock division 2.
All right, Veteran Ski GP up next. You guys should be on the line.
Does Norm have a whistle?
So Jordan, Veteran Ski GP, these riders are at least 35 years old. You know what? I look down here, 52 years old, 52 years old, 58 years old, 48 years old. These are some strong-willed mid-aged gentlemen, let's say.
Yep. These are experienced riders. They've been racing for a long time, and they love the sport so much that they keep coming back, and they keep racing. It's in their blood.
All right, so any pre-race favorites?
I love all the races, but the ones that stand out to me is Marshall Brown riding on the 1-1 ski.
And the Jeff Lutker there on the 55. I believe he's one of the more experienced riders.
Yep. Aaron McConkey, he was there last weekend racing.
Yeah, he's on that 253. We see him just getting in the water now. Riders setting them up, getting ready to go. Better get it off the, and they're off.
Here they go.
Watch the air, folks, as they hit this next set of waves coming up.
That's huge.
Ralph McGregor. Oh, McGregor goes down. I was just going to say, he's riding that surf, and Jeff Lutker goes down. Lutker still in the tray, holding on. That's Marshall Brown and Aaron McConkey out there in the lead.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was Lutker. Lutker hitting the eject button.
They're both so far down. I can just only see their helmet. I think that is my C11 ski.
Yeah, that could be Marshall Brown out of Christchurch, New Zealand in the lead. Either that or Aaron McConkey out of Niceville. We'll check it out as they come around. McConkey getting lost. Doesn't see the far buoy. Excuse me, Marshall Brown. Both of our riders looking for the next buoy. Whoever sees it first going to get the drive there. They see it together. Third place coming in. That's going to tighten it up, Jordan.
Yeah, these waves are so big, they're covering the buoys, and so when they're going fast, you know, you got to try to find where your next turn is, and it makes it really difficult. But here they come.
Marshall Brown with the lead. McConkey in second. There's McGregor in third, and followed by Lutker.
And those are your leaders. As of right now, yeah, these conditions can change. All the riders are really close together, trying to find the buoys together.
Right here? Is it too close?
Marshall Brown leading, but now there's been a change. McGregor making a move from third. Oh, and McGregor goes down. He makes the pass, hits the water, and here comes McConkey. McConkey and Brown are going at it.
Here they go. Coming across the straightaway, and we have a lead change. We have Aaron McConkey pulling ahead of Marshall Brown. Oh, but here he comes. Both of them are head-to-head.
Yeah, moment to moment, second to second, it's changing like crazy. They're side by side on the back straightaway. They're going to make the left-hand turn. Looks like Brown has the edge. Brown headed in. McConkey right behind him. Remember, Marshall Brown, your current leader, 58 years old. That's right, 5'8".
58 and riding strong through all these waves.
Up next, Sports Stock Division 2. We need you down in front right away. You guys are up next. We want to try and get race number 4 off. Marshall Brown, your race leader, comes across the line. 58-year-old rider from Christchurch, New Zealand. Behind him, Eric McConkey out of Niceville, Florida, 48 years young. Brown trying to time those waves. And Jordan, as we watch this, you'll see these riders back out of the throttle. They need to make multiple laps out here, not just one. They can't just crash.
Accelerate and pass up. I don't know.
Is that McGregor?
I think that's, yeah.
Ralph McGregor in the 3rd spot, and Looker goes down.
That is the announcer's curse.
I'll tell you what, far left-hand side of the course, Marshall Brown out of Christchurch, New Zealand. Sponsored by Commander Industries and his own Marshall Brown Advertising. He's coming around. What flag are we going to show, Norm?
Looks like it's going to be the white flag. That means 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go, and Marshall Brown is in the number 1 position. Looks like Aaron McConkey's coming in on 2nd position. I think Ralph McGregor went down around that last buoy, so that makes Aaron McConkey in the 2nd position. But that could change.
And change it does. Brown going up and down, but not making much forward progress. Meanwhile, Aaron McConkey reading the waves. Look at him going zigzag to get out there. He wants to catch Marshall Brown in the worst way. This is the final lap. Folks, no kids in the water, please. Get your children out of the water immediately. We cannot have any kids in the water out front of our racetrack. Sorry for those of you that are live streaming. We had a couple kids in the water here right in front. Extremely dangerous in these surf conditions. Just can't allow it. If it's a little mellower tomorrow, perhaps we'll be a little more lenient. But as always, Jordan, safety comes first in every aspect of a pro watercross race.
All right, we got our leaders coming around into our last left-hand turn here. Just 2 buoys to go, and we will be able to see it. The race winner.
Marshall Brown leading now, but in these surf conditions, I hate to call it too early. I'll tell you what, I hate to call it till it's at the line, because in this kind of surf, anything can happen, and most time does. So Aaron McConkey in 2nd position. Here's Marshall Brown trying to surf it. Does a great job riding the backside of the wave, makes a turn. He's headed down the front straight. He's got a little bit of a tunnel to make it. He'll go up and over. Folks, put your hands together. Your first race winner, Marshall Brown.
Coming in on the 2nd position on boat number 253, we have Aaron McConkey.
In the 3rd spot, out of Fuquay-Varina, North Carolina, sponsored by 321 Yamaha and Judge Motorsports, Ralph McGregor.
Folks, if you guys could give it up for these veterans, they're out there racing, having a good time. Please congratulate them. They did a great job. What a great race.
Phenomenal job. Our final rider on the number 5-5, Jeff Lutker out of Freeport, Florida. Lutker really having some issues today staying in that tray. I'm wondering if somebody lubricated that tray for him. What do you think?
Yeah, his feet looked like they were coming out a little bit, but he was able to finish the race. He went around. Good props to him, and congratulations.
All right, Sports Talk 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you just joining us on the live feed, we're... Okay, well, you told me to do it right away. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on the live stream. We're here on race number 4. We're getting ready to start our Sports Stock Division 2. I'm your host, Jordan Wayman. Along with me is...
I'd be your announcer, Kurt Nolenberg. And Jordan, I'll tell you what, that last race was exciting. This one's going to be even more. This is the sport class, our largest class. You have to qualify to make the main event. These will have a couple of heat races. These riders having a huge issue trying to keep these machines in the water at the starting line. They're not even out on the course yet. Folks, if you're watching this on the live stream, I hope you can see by looking out at the waves coming in here. We've got 6-footers on the back straightaway. These guys disappear from view. They sometimes have difficulty finding the buoys.
Yep, that's right, especially with those smaller skis. We had a couple that were lost on those skis. But they found the buoys. But we're going to go ahead and announce the next race right now because they're in the water. We have on boat number 7 from Dawsonville, Georgia, self-sponsored, we have Hunter Mitchell.
And on the 51 out of Thomaston, Georgia, riding a Yamaha Dirac Barbie.
All right, and on boat number 78 from Dawsonville, Georgia, sponsored by Riva Racing, Jet Dynamic, Impros, Lucas Oil, Logan Hayes.
On the number 85X out of Biloxi, Mississippi, on the Sea-Doo, sponsored by Performance Jet Ski and Cycle and Ross Products, Gary Hopkins.
We have a self-sponsored rider riding on boat number 85 from Chattanooga, Tennessee. We have Dustin Higdon.
On the number 95 out of Davie, Florida, the Yamaha rider. Sponsored by Broward Motorsports, Team Mean Racing, Exotic Signs, Jeff Todd, Judge Motorsports, and ISAW, Ken Waddle.
On boat number 111 from Madison, Mississippi, we have Billy Deardman, sponsored by Judge Motorsports, Scat Track, Jet Trim, and Jet Pilot.
And they're off. On the 201 is Christopher Landis, and the 311 of Jerry Dickman, the 346 of Kyle Hayes, one of the Three Brothers Racing Hayes riders. All right, sport class is off. Riders are hitting these waves head on directly. Good set coming in for our start. Everybody up on their boats. Hope they continue to do that. Brian O'Rourke. Just letting you know we're going to need you up here at the end of the... Thank you.
All right, looks like we have Billy Dearman out front on the boat 111. But let's have a look as they come across the front straightaway.
Sports stock. Remember, these are reasonably stocked machines. There's a few. Whoa! Ryder goes airborne and holds on. Absolutely crazy. So that is Billy Dearman with the lead here in the 111. And who is that on that fly
That's boat
racing
number
machine?
85 and 348 or 46.
Kyle Hayes, Three Brothers Racing, and again Hayes goes airborne. And you called it 83 or 85. Dustin Higdon out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, takes over that second place position from Kyle Hayes.
Here they go. They have a pretty good battle coming around on the right side of the course.
Second through fourth, all in the same buoy. There's Hayes making a move back. Oh, we've got a rider's machine not running. He's going to go try and tow it in. Look at second, third, and fourth. They're within a few boat lengths of each other, and they're doing this at close to 50 miles an hour and 6 feet in the air, Jordan.
Yeah. Billy Dearman is still keeping lots of traction coming around the buoys.
Dearman making the turn, headed towards shore. Final left-hand buoy. Wave in front of him. He's going to get over, make the turn in the trough. He does. Ooh, second place, taking a header.
Yeah, that was from the backside of the wave that he ran into it.
Side by side, passes going on, double trough. So they come down the main straightaway. Let's see who that is. That's the 85, Gary Hopkins.
And 201. And Christopher Landis. The battle for second and third is really close.
And I'm sorry, that was Dustin Higdon out of Chattanooga, Tennessee in the 85. Hopkins has the X, the 85X. And that is Landis in second. Christopher Landis on the 201.
Hayes just after taking a wave came back and took third. He took a wave from the backside of the wave coming across the front stretch, and then now he's already made his way back into the third position. Great skill to riding.
Well, look at this. Hayes doing everything he can to get that boat hooked up, and it's hooking up. Second place.
Oh, Landis is down.
Is down.
So that'll put Kyle Hayes back into the second place position.
Dustin Higdon in third. Who's in that fourth spot? Is that Dirac Barbie or is that Logan Hayes? One of the other Hayes brothers.
The the surf is so big, the waves are so high. All I can see is helmets.
You know, it's easy for you to slay. Yeah. All right, Billy Dearman, your leader, making the turn, front straightaway. Here he comes.
So Billy Dearman coming across the front stretch with the white flag, 1 lap to go. Starting to get a big lead here, but anything can change in these water conditions. Here comes Kyle Hayes across the front stretch on boat number 346 in the second position.
That's Hunter Mitchell out of Dawsonville, but he's having issues. It's 70. Yeah, that's Logan Hayes.
Logan Hayes,
another
two
Hayes
brothers.
brother out there. So Hayes brothers second and third. Dearman out in front, checking out the waves, doing everything he can to make sure he stays on that boat. He knows he's got it if he can just stay upright. Meanwhile, Hayes, Kyle Hayes, out in front, his brother coming. Look out, Kyle, because Logan is knocking on your back door. Logan's got some company over there. Who's that behind him?
Jules Hopkins.
That is Jules Hopkins.
Right behind him is Dustin Higdon, right on his tail. The battle for third and fourth, or fourth and fifth, I mean. They're right next to each other.
Billy Dearman, almost there. Yeah, we got Ryder down on the back straightaway. Here comes Dearman. So your leader going to come across the line, far left-hand side, Billy Dearman. He's led this entire race. Dearman coming at you. Folks, put your hands together for your wire-to-wire winner, Billy Dearman.
Coming in on the number 2 position, riding on boat number 346 from Dawsonville, Georgia, we have Kyle Hayes.
Three brothers racing, showing good here. There's Logan Hayes coming up behind him in that third spot.
This is that stuff where you put the TV back in the trailer and pull the limit out.
Excuse me, Dustin Higdon coming across.
That's Hopkins. Jules Hopkins. Third. And here's Higdon. They got the same number, but I know that was Hopkins.
Excuse me, yeah, that was Hopkins and Jules Hopkins, and there is a 78 of Logan Hayes. Up next, We're going to start the pro show, folks.
So starting off our pro show, we're gonna have the our ski GP. So for our pro category, our ski GP, you guys will be up. If you guys can start making your way to the beach, you guys will be the first race.
Yeah. And we want to just chat for a moment, just to say everyone on the left-hand side of the beach, everyone on the right-hand side of the beach, get them engaged before we say. And now we're going to have Brian O'Rourke from Team Faith apply the blessing. I like the blessing. Hallelujah. Yeah, that's fine. Just go straight offshore with it. Maybe come this way.
Okay, so yeah, you said you want to get everyone's attention.
So Jordan,
Drake, while you're standing there.
I'm having a great time so far today. How about you?
This has been a great event. I'm just getting real excited, and I'm having so much fun watching these races. It's going to be a good day.
I'll tell you what, I'm thinking the left-hand side of the beach is having more fun than the right-hand side of the beach. By throwing your hands up in the air, if you can whistle, do it. If you can yell or scream, do that. On the left-hand side of the announcing tower, are you guys having fun?
On the right side, are you guys having fun? Good.
All right, both of them are having fun. I like that. All right, as we're getting ready, we've still got one more rider coming in. Coming up, one of my great buddies out on whether it's Supercross, personal watercraft racing, or just walking down the street, Brian O'Rourke from Team Faith is going to give us the blessing here for the race course today. We're looking forward to getting that. We're having our final rider coming through, and then we are going to switch it over to Brian for the blessing. Please give him your undivided attention, and after that we will have the national anthem. Brian O'Rourke, welcome to Florida.
Yeah, this is crazy. I hope you guys are having a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's pray. Father in heaven, thank you so much that we get the chance to do what we love to do, what we're passionate about to do. We give you all the credit for that passion in our heart to race watercraft. We thank you for the staff that has worked so hard of Pro Watercross to put on this event. The course marshals out there that are really working hard in these big surf conditions. And speaking of the big surf conditions, Father, we ask that you protect these athletes as they compete. Give them wisdom to choose the right lines. And Lord, somehow, some way, may we give glory to you in the end, because you are God. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Brian.
So if we can have all your attention, please, everyone, if we can have all your attention, please pay your respects to our flag.
Just want to say, sponsored by the U.S. Army, we appreciate what you do. All of our service members, thank you so much. If you would, please stand. The flag is here on the Tower of Power, and give us a moment of respect for our national anthem. Yeah, I said our national anthem. We're trying. Thank you. All right, looking down the beach, the far side over here. Thank you so much. We appreciate the respect you give our flag. And our servicemen, whether here or overseas, we appreciate everything that you do. Thank you so much.
All right, so we're going to have a special Brian O'Rourke will sing us our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Brian O'Rourke.
Wow! Who knew? Brian O'Rourke throwing it down. I'll tell you what, U.S. Army, all of our servicemen around the country, around the world, thank you so much. If you're watching the live stream, we really appreciate what you do. Thank you so much. All right, Jordan, what do we got coming up? Amateur runabout? No, we've got the pros coming. It's the Pro Show, Pro-Am Ski GP, going to start us off. On the number 3 machine out of Charlotte, North Carolina. 28 years old, sponsored by Judge Motorsports, Hidden Trails Motorsports, Broward Motorsports IPD Graphics, and Fly Racing, Jammin' Jimmy Wilson.
And coming in on boat number 7 from Ackworth, Georgia, sponsored by Kawasaki, Troy Lee Design, Hydroturf, Jet Tribe, Quakey Sense, Scat Track, Works, H2O Design, Oakley, WWR Products, we have Craig Warner.
On the number 12 out of Orlando, Florida, the Kawasaki Blosian Rider, sponsored by Blosian, Flowgrown, Maxima Racing Oil, 60 helmets at VP Racing, Isaiah Washington.
And coming all the way from Argentina, riding on boat number 53, sponsored by Blue Hawk Technology, Broward Motorsports, Team Mean, and Jet Tribe, we have Franco Tobler.
On the 182 Kawasaki out of Macella, Georgia, self-sponsored Brock Harris.
And on boat number 812 from Springfield, Pennsylvania, sponsored by 4Ply Racing, Pennzoil Racing, Jiffy Lube, Shell, Jet Pilot, SWX Graphics, Riva, Fly Racing, we have Mike Kelberer.
That's the lineup. The riders for Pro-Am Ski GP, Moto number 1. All right, any pre-race favors from you? I'm picking Jimmy Wilson. Wilson was out front last week. He was unstoppable. Craig Warner, though, the number 7 rider, multi-time world champion.
I don't know. Jimmy Wilson had a really good run last week, and I think he's really experienced by watching him. And here they go.
And as we said earlier, there you go. World champion or not, Craig Warner in the water, and he is riding the wheels off of that thing. Look at Warner keep that boat hooked up. He went from dead last to 3rd position, and they're not even at the buoy yet. Craig Warner putting the power of that SXR 1500F to the water.
Yeah, here they go, coming around the first left-hand turns.
That's Jimmy Wilson out front. I recognize the helmet from here.
Yeah, I think right behind him is Franco Tobler, boat number 53.
I do believe you're right. Behind him, Craig Warner, and then Kilberer. All right, far left-hand side of the course. Jimmy Wilson, the Charlotte, North Carolina rider, 28 years old. Judge Motorsports building his machines. Those things are lightning fast.
Here we go. We got Franco Tobler coming right up on him. Coming around this after the front straightaway, the first left-hand buoy. Oh, Jimmy Wilson goes down. It looks like Franco Tobler might take over.
Tobler got a more direct line at the buoy. He's going to take over from Wilson. No. Wilson holds on, and there was Warner. Warner went off the boat right in front of us, got back on. First, second, third, all within one buoy. And Tobler goes down. Here comes Warner. Craig Warner, Ackworth, Georgia rider. making him move up. Now he is riding that new SXR 1500F. That is 4 cylinders, a 4-stroke power, and look at the speed that he's able to put to the water.
Franco Toller just got past. He looks like he's coming up upon our leader, Jimmy Wilson. He's coming up fast. He's got some traction. Here he comes around this after the straightaway.
All right, Wilson headed to the center of the course. He's got the double yellow rights. Then he'll go back out to the far left-hand side. And Warner is on fire today, folks. He was dead last off the start, and here he is in second position trying to hunt down our leader. Wilson looking for that far left-hand boy. He sees it. Oh! I'll tell you what, Jimmy Wilson hit hard there. And Warner sky shots it, makes the turn.
Franco Toller just did a nosedive right into the back of a wave, so that'll put him in the third position, but he's got people coming up on him.
So the race now, first and second, right in front of us. Jimmy Wilson throwing that triple cylinder 2-stroke in the air. Behind him, the 4-cylinder 4-stroke SXR, and Warner gets blown off of it. The wave just took him right off.
Yeah, so in the number 3 position right now is Brock Harris coming up, might be taking the second position. Warner's still down in the water.
Warner and Tobler both having to swim to get their boats. And speaking of which, Tobler trying to battle for that second place spot.
Out in front, Jimmy Wilson's getting lots of traction, keeping his skill level, keeping his boat down, keeping his traction, and he's pulling ahead. He's getting quite the lead.
Jordan, you called it. Jimmy Wilson is reading the water. He's taking what's given him. He's not just holding the throttle wide open and bashing into the waves. He's backing out of the throttle. He's rolling over the top of those waves, staying connected, not trying to force something that's not there. Jimmy Wilson, young rider, but boy, he is riding beyond his years. Watch him, far left-hand side of the course. Makes the turn. He's going to look for a trough coming up the front straightaway. It is washing machine out there. Somehow Wilson finds the trough and is accelerating away. Wilson doing the job, Jordan.
Yeah, Wilson last week was passing the second place position out riding. So watching him ride last week, I would see that this week he's showing that he's lots of skill level and very strong rider.
On the far left-hand side of the course. Oh, Tobler trying to make the turn. He can't. He got stuck. He was in second position. Now he's back to fourth. And we got 3 abreast coming down the front straightaway.
We got Franco Tobler and Brock Harris all battling for that second position.
There's Kilmer. He wants to join the fray. And Craig Warner. We haven't mentioned him for a while. Warner now back on the boat. And look at this. Your leaders are just coming off the back straightaway. Second place just starting to get on the back straightaway. And second, third, fourth, all right within striking distance of each other. Jimmy Wilson, I'll just say it right now. If he can keep that thing upright, he has won this race. Got to check down in front. Now this is Pro-Am Ski GP, race number 1. Race number 2, we need Pro-Am Runabout GP. Arminio Iantosca, Trey Frame, Claude Clayton, and Dylan Osborne to the line. White flag out, 1 lap to go. Wilson goes airborne. Jimmy Wilson, timing the waves. Just a thing of beauty to watch him throw that ski in the air. 3 cylinders, 2-stroke power, and he is making it work.
Yeah, I remember last week Jimmy's hood came off, and he was still able to ride and get on the podium, which is a really skilled athlete. Here comes Franco Tobler.
Yeah, Tobler, just like a pit bull, is not going to let go of that second place position. Look at the wave in front of him. Does the right thing, surfs over it instead of tries to hammer it. Look at the battle. Here comes Warner. Warner going to do everything he can to move up to that second place position by the end of this moto.
Jimmy Wilson's got 2 left-hand turns left, and that will be it for him.
Jimmy Wilson in a race by himself now. He has proven himself over the last few races to be the #1 rider in this class. Wilson cuts left. Checkered flag coming out. Folks, give him a hand. Your winner, German Jimmy Wilson. Back to the race. Tobler headed towards the inside. Behind him. Oh, hard to say, but I think that might be Warner. No, it's Brock Harrison. Warner coming up behind like 30 miles an hour faster. When Warner can get that boat hooked up, it is ballistic out there. The issue is he gets knocked off the thing.
And here comes Franco Tobler, and he just goes down, nosedives in. This could be for the second position. He gets back on his ski. He's able to get back on and still remain in second position. Franco Tobler coming in at #2, riding on boat 53.
Folks, give him a hand. Great job, Tobler. Tobler going to have to ask him how that water tastes. Must be good because he keeps jumping in it. That's Isaiah Washington. Isaiah Washington was in that third spot.
Yeah, Isaiah Washington in third. Kurt Warner coming right in on fourth. What a great race to start off our pro division. Give all the riders a round of applause. These water conditions are brutal, but we're all having fun watching. We're going to move right along to our next race.
So up next, Pro Runabout GP on the #4 machine out of Naples, Florida, riding the Sea-Doo, sponsored by Sea-Doo, Jet Tribe, Hydroturf, Riva, WRT, Nutrition Elite, Rotex, and XPS Armenio Iantosca. On the #21 machine out of Charleston, West Virginia, Yamaha mounted, sponsored by Hidden Trails Motorsports, Yamaha, Jet Tribe, Jet Trim, and Dean's Team, it's Trey Frame. On the 114 Sea-Doo out of Tupelo, Mississippi, sponsored by Sea-Doo, Judge Motorsports, Oakley, and Giant Bikes, Claude Clayton. Rounding out the field out of Groveland, Florida, on the 247 Yamaha, sponsored by Tim Judge Motorsports, Jersey Mike Subs, and Bullet Racing, Dangerous Dylan Osborne. That's the lineup. Pro Runabout GP, the fastest riders on the fastest craft on the planet.
How many you got here? 4? Who's your honey? Who's your pal? Does he ever stop talking? Like that. For myself or for, well, I like the runabouts. Kawasaki or Yamaha? These days it really doesn't matter. They're all about the same? No, what about that one, that new 4-cylinder job? Is that one of the fastest? Yeah. Oh. That's one of the fastest? And most of them are what, 2 or 3?
Can you hear me up there?
Which one is that? Is that a Kawasaki? I had a whole thing of water there and I just couldn't get it down for a second. So
Can you hear me
Kawasaki
play over there? Yeah,
handout
mic's
that
still
we
working
used
out
to
here.
do,
Let's keep
just
going
a
until my mic
4-stroke,
runs out.
4-stroke, and 1500. Compare the. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Are we staying there? Registration.
How about now? Kurt.
Yeah, Jordan, who we got? Who we got down there?
Kurt, we got Jimmy Wilson. We just want to make sure. Can you? Hey, Jimmy.
Jordan, it looks like we lost you.
All right, can you hear me now? Okay. Can you hear me now, Kurt? Okay. So, gentlemen, for those that are on the live stream, I have the winner here of our and Jimmy Wilson. You did great last week. I was watching you last week. It was a lot of fun to watch. But it looks like the waves are a lot bigger than last week. So what's kind of going through your head? What's your strategy going into your last race?
Yeah, I mean, the conditions here are completely different than last weekend in Pensacola. I'm not going to lie, I mean, this is a lot of work, but for racing, to me personally, I like it. It makes it a lot more fun. It's difficult, but more fun. You know, it's a lot more challenging. You not only got to keep your ski running and keep it afloat, but you can't take too much of it pounding. You know, we have 3 motos in this surf condition. It's going to be a long weekend.
Yeah, and I remember last week, too, your hood came off, but you were still able to finish the race. That was awesome. So thank you very much. Congratulations on the win, and we'll look forward to seeing more racing from you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, Jordan. Down in front, Pro Runabout GP. Out in front. It looks like, is that Claude Clayton? No, that is not. I think that's Arminio Iantosca on a different machine. Not surprising.
Yeah, Kurt, I'm standing down here trying to look out at the leaderboard, and these waves are so big when you're down here not in the tower, you can't see anything. All you can see is helmets, and sometimes you can't even see the helmet.
I'll tell you what, that helmet out front is absolutely flat cooking it. Folks, look at the speed of these machines. Now in flat water, some of these machines are capable of over 80 miles an hour in a race condition. Arminio Iantosca out in front. I believe that is Trey Frame in second, Claude Clayton in third. All right, your leader, Arminio Iantosca, on the end of the back straightaway, setting up, making the turn, coming back into the center of the course. In second position, out of Charleston, West Virginia, Trey Frame. Iantosca keeping that Sea-Doo hooked up. Here comes Frame, though. Trey Frame, the only one within striking distance of Iantosca right now. Iantosca headed towards shore. Makes the turn down the front straightaway. He's riding exceptionally well. Arminio Iantosca taking what the ocean's given him. He is accelerating in the troughs, making the turn, going over the waves. Oh, Trey Frame hitting the air. Frame getting a chest full of handlebar, and he pulled his lanyard, I believe. He's dead in the water. Frame dead in the water. Here comes Claude Clayton. Clayton going to try and make a move. And he does. Clayton in second position. Frame trying to get that boat started before the next set of waves come. Here comes Dylan Osborne in fourth. Osborne up and over the waves. He's got a chest breaker coming at him. Iantosca looks over, sees second position, now a half a lap behind. Iantosca absolutely flailing these guys out here. Watch him as he makes the turn. Your leader, get the white flag. 1 lap to go. Final lap. Arminio Iantosca down the front straightaway, showing everyone how it should be done. Iantosca reading this water like nobody else on the course. All the way back, a half a lap behind, in second position. It is Claude Clayton. Clayton on the far side making his move up. Trey Frame, unfortunately, getting the hook. They're bringing him in. Trey's pit crew, hopefully they're ready. Fourth place rider, Dylan Osborne. Osborne making the turn onto the front straightaway. Looks over his shoulder because, yeah, out there, that is the leader, Arminio Iantosca, coming back towards shore. Folks, when he comes across the line, give him a round of applause. 800 pounds, over 300 horsepower in these Pro-Am machines. Your Race 1 Moto 1 winner, Arminio Iantosca. Second position, that's Claude Clayton on the 114.
All right, here he comes. Claude Clayton's got one more buoy to go. He's riding on a Sea-Doo, sponsored by Judge Motorsports, Oakley, Giant Bikes, and here he is, Claude Clayton.
That's the pride. He's the pride of Tupelo, Mississippi, on that 114 machine. So it's Iantosca and Clayton waiting for our third place rider, Dylan Osborne. Osborne getting it hooked up. He had trouble earlier in the race, Jordan, and he's able to hook it back up. Looks like he's getting the hang of surfing these waves in. What's up next?
So next up, we'll have our Sport GP. So if we can have all of our Sport GP start making their way down to the beach, we will get your race underway.
Let's call him out.
All right.
Gordy, help a sister out. Right behind you.
All right. Coming in on boat number 1 from Cooper City, Florida, sponsored by Broward Motorsports, Judge Motorsports, Exotic Signs, Shoei, Jet Pilot, Hamilton's, ISAW, Jet Lift, and Jet Trim. We have Sam Nemi.
Coming in on. Whoops. Check.
Coming in on boat number 2 from Lizelia, Georgia, riding a Yamaha, sponsored by McClellan Hauling and Central Georgia Power Sports. We have Cody McClellan.
On the number 12X out of Ackworth, Georgia, sponsored by Monster Energy, Sea-Doo, and Mountain Motorsports, Dustin Farthing.
Riding on boat number 12, sponsored by Wade Chapman, sponsored by BMS, Exotic Sign, Extreme Throttle, and Jet Trim, we have Chad Eggleston.
On the number 14 machine out of Naples, Florida, sponsored by Wade Chapin Performance, Broward Motorsports, Exotic Signs, Hamilton Customs, and ISAW Cameras, Keith Dill.
On boat number 18 from Naples, Florida, sponsored by HPE Performance, Whole Shot Performance Engines, and Stroker Industries, we have Sean Reynolds.
On the number 22 machine out of Clearwater, Florida, the Sea-Doo, sponsored by Hydroturf, Team Screen, ClearwaterMortgageBroker.com, and Reva Racing, Gage Schoener.
All right, from St. Petersburg, Florida, sponsored by Judge Motorsports, Jersey Mike and Mike Subs, we have 43, Michael Osborne.
I'm going to stop right here. Parents on the beach, your children need to be out of the water and way back from the break. If one of these bigger boats gets loose, it's going to keep traveling. So please, for your safety, keep your children out of the water and far back from the shore. Please control your children. All right, on the number 72 machine out of Mims, Florida, sponsored by Hydroturf, Shark Energy, Your Rules, Novi Tech, and Optima Racing, Jammin' Johnny Smith.
On boat number 78 from Dawsonville, Georgia, sponsored by Reva Racing, Jet Dynamics, Impros, Lucas Oil, we have Logan Hayes.
On the number 85 Sea-Doo out of Biloxi, Mississippi, sponsored by Performance Jet Ski and Cycle, Fly Racing, IPD Graphics, Ross Products, and Pro Watercraft Racing, Jules Hopkins.
On boat number 111 from Madison, Mississippi, sponsored by Judge Motorsports, Scat Track, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, we have Billy Dearman.
On the 130 Sea-Doo out of Allentown, Michigan, sponsored by Riva Racing, D's Mesa, Jet Trim, and Hamilton's Eric Gabrielle.
Riding on the Yamaha, number 346, sponsored by Riva Racing, IPD Graphics, Jet Trim, Extreme Throttle, and Jet Dynamics, we have Kyle Hayes.
On the number 787 Sea-Doo, self-sponsored out of Mary Esther, Florida, Zach King.
On boat number 907 from Burlington, Ontario, riding the Sea-Doo, sponsored by JetX, HydroTurf, Steel Tech, dedicated plastic tank, 640 graphics, we have Andrew Bizon.
And rounding out the field on the 913 Yamaha, sponsored by Tim Judge Motorsports, HydroTurf, Optima, Riva, Blosian, IPD, and Jet Pilot, Jordan Carroll. That is our lineup, Jordan. Sport GP race number 3. What a race this is going to be. Look at that line. Our riders, our boats are getting hammered by these waves. We've got the biggest sets we've seen all day coming in right now. This is going to be exciting, folks. One more time, make sure your children are out of the water. Keep them safe. We are ready to go. Sport GP race number 3. Yeah, and it looks like Dustin Farthing is going to be on that same number 13 machine rather than the 12X that we had listed.
All right, guys, here we go.
And our race our starter, Norm Yee, looking down the line, everybody running, and they're off.
Here they go.
And Farthing, like he shot out of a cannon, is gone. Okay, just call it what it is. He's gone. He is already near the first buoy, and some of our riders are just barely getting going. We got 2 in the water, Jordan. Who's down?
We got boat number, I believe that's 82.
That's 72, Johnny
72,
Smith.
Johnny Smith. Oh, and we got a rider coming right out right now, coming off the start line.
And talk about starts. Farthing's got it, but looks like he's got company coming up behind him. Is that Billy Dillman? Is that Eric Gabrielle? Who is that? We'll call them as they come around, Jordan. Out in front, out of Ackworth, Georgia, Dustin Farthing.
Yep, Dustin Farthing in the number 1 position. In the number 2 position, it looks like we have boat number 22.
Gage Schoener out of Clearwater, Florida on the Sea-Doo. So we've got a Blaster in front, a Yamaha, followed by a Sea-Doo, and Schoener starting to catch up to Farthing. Now, one of the things, Jordan, we haven't discussed about the difference between the Blaster hull and the Sea-Doo hull. Oh, Farthing goes down momentarily, gets it right back up. The Sea-Doo hull, much longer, so it tends to even out some of the larger waves, make it a little easier to stay hooked up. Watch out there as Farthing doing everything he can to stay hooked up, but Schoener starting to reel him in with that powerful Sea-Doo.
Yeah, and it's going to show. I mean, just watching their helmets come across, these waves are getting real big. Billy Dearman just goes down over here on the right side of the course.
Oh, Dearman having that boat roll over on him. He's got it upright. He's trying to get on the back.
Looks like Sam Nemes pulled his ski out of the water.
Having issues. I'll tell you what, this saltwater is really difficult on electronic equipment, as we found with announcing earlier today. Here comes Farthing.
That Sea-Doo's right behind him, staying on the lower parts of the wave so they can get lots of traction.
That's Andrew Bazan.
Bizon.
I'm not certain Bazan is actually in that position on the track. I think he might have went down. But Gage Schoner,
Looks like Sam Heavy's going to get another boat. All right, we got riders all across the board, all over. We've had some getting into a late start, some getting an early start. We'll try to keep track of positioning, but we do know that Dustin Farthing is in front.
whoa, Farthing in front, and as you say it, second position, Gage Schoner was right there and went down. Your leader coming to the far left-hand side of the track, Dustin Farthing. Dustin the Destroyer. Farthing, seeing a down rider, goes way inside. Watch him make the turn. Chest breaker. Got a wave coming at him. Airborne. Looking for him to do a double heel clicker. Here's Bazan. Again, and then behind him, Schoner. Bazan going way past. He's getting pushed there. And Schoner makes the turn. Watch as these two cedar riders try and converge at that yellow buoy from different angles. It's going to be close. Bazan in the air, but Schoner reclaims second position. There's Bazan in third, and a gaggle of Yamaha blasters coming up behind.
Yeah, we just had boat number 12 go down right in front of the tower, but he was able to get right back on. That's Chad Eggleston. He's able to get back on and keep riding. All right, coming across the front stretch right now, we got boat number 72, Johnny Smith, going against number 78. That's Logan Hayes. Those two are battling out, going around the next buoy. Here comes your leader, Dustin Farthing. He's going to come start doing some lap traffic. Going to start passing some lap traffic here. That's boat number 22, Greg Schoner, going across the front straightaway. Right behind him, Andrew Bizon.
Oh, Jordan. The ultimate last lap craze going on. There are races between these racers all around the track. Guess what we got coming up next? Freestyle.
All right.
Oh, and
I
these
love some
waves,
freestyle.
get off. All right, your leader. Dustin Farthing on the back straightaway. Half a lap to go. Looks like he's got a left rider to go around. Oh, left rider may not see him. Farthing makes the pass. Folks, I hope you're enjoying this. If you can see this on the live stream, there are races between different sets of riders all around this course. Of course, we've got to kind of follow the leader here. And speaking of which, here he comes. Another win. The young man from Ackworth, Georgia, the Destroyer, Dustin Farthing. Second position, Gage Schoner, and then Andrew Bazan in third. So it was Blaster, Sea-Doo. Interesting. We'll see what happens in the final. Another Sea-Doo coming up. That's the 130, I believe, of Eric Gabrielle. There's Sam
Nemi coming across the front stretch. Oh, we got a rider down. That's boat number 2, Cody McClellan.
I don't know if he went across the line, if they'll score him that way or not.
Well, I don't know. Our course marshals are just getting back on their skis as well.
They're doing everything they can to stay on their own skis.
Yeah. And the thing is they got to battle it all day. These guys can do their race and go sit down. Our course marshals are out there all day.
Jordan Carroll comes across the line, getting out of the way. There's the number 12 of Chad Eggleston.
Yeah.
And the triple one of Billy Dearman.
Keith Dill coming across. Keith Dill along with boat number 85, Jules Hopkins.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Dill just squirted forward at the last second to gain a position over Hopkins as the 72 of Johnny Smith, the Mims Florida rider, comes across. Sounds like he's having a little bit of a mechanical.
All right, so for our freestyle, we have Ryan Doberstein from Raleigh, North Carolina. He's on boat number 324.
5 minutes.
And then in Freestyle 800 out of Freeport, Florida, on the number 4 machine, Jeff Lutker.
This freestyle event is going to be a lot of fun to watch with these big waves. We're going to see some big air. In racing, when we watch them, they want to stay low to the ground, stay on the water to get as much traction. But in freestyle, we want them in the air.
Robert, he's borrowing somebody's super jet, just letting you know he's out here. Wise decision.
Yeah, we just heard Ryan Doberstein is going to have to borrow a ski. We appreciate the rider that let him take his ski out. Bad move. I'm hoping that's a spare ski. That's Jeff Lutker out there on that yellow machine. Lutker out of Freeport, Florida. And you'll notice that the freestylers are the only competitors that don't wear helmets out here. Some of them do, some of them don't. Big air, big air for Lutker.
So these guys are going to be able to catch a lot of air, but on their landing, they're going to have to watch the waves on their landing as well, because they can probably nosedive right into one.
Jordan, you nailed it. If they come down in one of the troughs, there could be as little as 12 inches of water there, and they will land exceptionally hard. Jeff Lutker out here.
Watching them freestyles before, they would do U-turns to create their own wave to catch some air, but now it's just the timing of the waves and picking the right one to get the maximum amount of air to do their tricks.
And still have enough water underneath them when they come down, not to knock into the sand and knock them off of their boat. Huge air for Jeff Lutker. Hey folks, the louder you are, the higher he'll go. If you like what you see, give him a yell, give him some applause. Let's hear it for Jeff Lutker out there.
My bad.
Lutker looking at the wave. What's he gonna do? Ride it over. Lutker looking for a good place to start his next trick. All right, he catches one of these tall waves. I feel a Superman in our future. Lutker setting up. Oh, here comes the set. Will he get it? A nice full 360 pancake. Landed it, stayed in the tray. In these conditions, we'll call that perfect. Lutker coming back towards shore. Trying to keep that machine cleared out. Looking for the wave to make him famous here.
He sees that big whitewash coming in. It's got to be a lot more intimidating from down there than it is up here. from down there, the waves are right at your eyes, and so you can't really see what's coming right behind it.
Well, you see those 6-footers because you know they are. They're bigger than he is. A 180 with the tail stand at the end of it. Lutker making the turn, headed back out. Quick little jump there. It's going to surf ride it. Huge air. Jeff Lutker, I'm telling you what, he's looking for a sponsor like a chiropractor. So red flag is out. That'll be it for Jeff Lutker. When he comes back into shore, folks, give him a round of applause.
All right, next up for our freestyle, we'll have Ryan Doberstein. He's got a sponsor list. He's sponsored by...
Sorry, Jeff Lutker did what they call a big throw. You get a lot of air at the height, you flip the boat around and let it go.
All right, so Ryan Doberstein from Raleigh, North Carolina. He's sponsored by TPE and PNP Performance, H2O Torrent, Jet Renew, and then he's also sponsored by X Cream, HydroTurf, Slippery, Wetsuits, Ski Works, and Composites.
Just going to help you out with that because they have not put the commas in the right place. That would be HydroTurf, Slippery Wetsuits, and Ski Works Composites. Folks, you'd have to see our paperwork. No offense, Jen. We love what you do. And frankly, those are the riders that put that information down. So Ryan Doberstein out here trying to do the job for his sponsors. Had a little problem with his craft earlier. Got a borrowed 702 machine. I think that might have been one of the Three Brothers Racing, although I'm not certain. Oberstein!
One-handed.
One-hander lander.
He really wants to make it to the podium. He has a good chance of taking first place in his division.
I'll tell you what, he does. There goes Doberstein. Now, big difference.
Ooh,
he's riding a race boat rather than his freestyle boat. His freestyle boat is 11 or 1200 cc two-stroke twin with a huge pump, small nozzle, has enough force to get halfway to Saturn. This is a race boat set up for top speed, so he's really at a disadvantage, but making the moves. Watch Doberstein hitting the water. He is looking for anything he can use, riding the backside of the wave there, trying to surf it. Making it happen there, surfing up and over both sides of the wave, and getting a face full of jet ski right there. So after freestyle, we're just about done. Pro-Am ski stock. Race number 5. We need you to get ready and come up. Oh, Doberstein holds on as he gets rolled. And he's surfing it in on the backside of that wave. Doberstein not saying no at all. Pro-Am ski stock. Callaway Turner, Franco Tobler, Zach Spring, Gage Schoener, Gene Daniel, A.J. Lewinstrom, Marshall Brown, Matthew Rechuk, Jimmy Wilson, and Brett Underhill. Come on down. Pro-Am ski stock, the fastest stock skis on the planet with the fastest riders are coming up next.
And that will be it for our freestyle, portion of our program. Please give them a round of applause, Ryan Doberstein and Jeff Lutker.
Wow, they got their own crowd. Well, we see all 3 of our course marshals going out there. Radical Rob, Dynamic Dirk, and of course
Nick Handler.
Yeah, natural Nick. Nick preferring to never take a shower. He says salt water is good enough for him. You can tell when Nick's around. So I say let's start calling them out. Jordan, who you got?
On boat number 10 from Apex, North Carolina, sponsored by Hurricane Racing, Amsoil, Immigration Fabrication, we have Callaway Turner.
On the number 13, out of Argentina, riding the Kawasaki, sponsored by Blue Hawk Technologies, Broward Motorsports, Team Mean and Jet Tribe, Franco Tobler.
Riding on boat number 21 from Cary, North Carolina, sponsored by Hurricane Performance, Immigration Fabrication, and Amsoil, we have Zach Spring.
On the number 22 Yamaha out of Clearwater, Florida, sponsored by Hydroflight, Team Scream, Clearwater Mortgagebroker.com, and Reva Racing, Gage Schoenherr.
From Tulsa, Oklahoma, riding the Kawasaki, number 81, sponsored by Hydrotech, Sound Pony, Third Bank, Pro Watercraft Performance, Watercraft, T-Town Bicycles, we have Gene Daniel.
On the 114 Kawasaki out of Andover, sponsored by 321 Kawasaki, Jet Trim, Pro Watercraft, Judge Motorsports, Hurricane Racing. Right down on the beach, Greg at Abaco Sunglasses, IPD, and Fly Racing, A.J. Lewinstra.
And on boat number 11 NZ, all the way from Christchurch, New Zealand, sponsored by Commander Industry, Marshall Brown Advertising, we have our own Marshall Brown.
On the 151 Yamaha out of High Point, North Carolina, sponsored by Sunset RV, Hurricane Racing, Fly Racing, Jet Trim, Jet Lift, Pro Watercraft, and Reva Racing, Matthew Rachuk.
And from Charlotte, North Carolina, riding a Kawasaki on boat number 300, sponsored by Judge Motorsports, Hidden Trail Motorsports, Broward Motorsports, IPD Graphics, and Fly Racing, we have Jimmy Wilson.
Rounding out the field, out of Pensacola, Florida, on the number 417 Yamaha, sponsored by Jet Trim, Scat Track, Rios Products, and Pensacola Motorsports, Brett Underhill. Jordan, want to give a shout out to one of my buddies on the West Coast. It's his birthday today, Jim Lambert. Hope you're listening. Hope you have a fantastic birthday. Wish you were here. We'll see you in Reno. One of the next stops on the Heyday Pro Watercrafts Broward Motorsports National Tour.
All right, Norm Yee's telling them, get ready to fire them up.
And off. Looks like the 122. I don't know if that's Gage showing her or not. Got the initial drive still out in the lead. Quick look up from the Tower of Power. All right, we'll catch those numbers as they come by. The waves are large and in charge. We got riders coming back in and riders still going out in these rough water conditions.
I think that's Jimmy Wilson out in front.
You know that's Jimmy Wilson out in front in the far left-hand side of the course. That riding style, that red helmet, Jimmy Wilson, he is the class of the field on the stand-ups. Look at him just surf that wave in rather than try and push it, Jordan. This kid knows what he's doing in the surf, and he is making it happen. Jimmy Wilson with the drive. Second position coming wide open. That is the 22.
Greg Schoener.
Of Schoener.
Yeah, and that's boat number 13, Franco Tobler. Those are your top three. Oh, Jimmy Wilson goes down for just a little bit. That lets Greg Schoener to pull ahead. So Greg Schoener's in the number 1 spot. Jimmy Wilson's in number 2. Coming right behind him, we have Franco Tobler. So the battle for first and second is going on right along the back stretch. Watch these two racers come across. Jimmy Wilson just came off of running on the Ski GP. Jimmy Wilson now in second. Right in front of him now is Greg Schoener. Oh, but Jimmy comes across and takes the lead. On that inside buoy, Jimmy came around and took the lead. And Greg Schoener just goes down.
Who's that third position? Trying to, and Schoener gets back up just in time. They're side by side headed towards the shore.
Here comes Jimmy Wilson across the front stretch here, starting to pull ahead just a little bit. Greg Schoener still battling out with Franco Tobler coming across the front stretch here. Here they go. They're head to head going into this next left-hand buoy. Schoener's got the outside. Franco's got the inside. Jimmy Wilson still out ahead. Those are your top three riders going at it here on the right side of the course.
Wilson continuing to lead. Schoener right there. The top three on the far right-hand side of the course. Nobody else even over there yet.
Here's the battle for fourth. We have from New Zealand, the number 11, Marshall Brown in the fourth position. Jimmy Wilson starting to get a long lead ahead of the pack.
Our riders on the far right-hand side getting into roll and barely able to make it up over these waves. We're talking 6-8 footers now. Little battle going on between AJ Lewinstra and Gene Daniel. Oh, and as I say that, Daniel goes down.
Riders are going around. They got to go around the rider and the waves.
Our course marshals running from side to side. Boy, look at that. Your leader coming across, Jimmy Wilson, way out in front. Second and third are battling.
He looks so comfortable out there.
You're right. He does look comfortable out there. It's all about wave selection.
That's Franco Tobler coming across the stretch here. Right behind him, Greg Schoener. Our leader's already starting to come upon lap traffic. Oh, as he just passed a down rider.
In the air. Gotta love it. So out front it's Wilson, then Tobler, then Schoener. So North Carolina, Florida, or Argentina, and then Florida. Here comes Marshall Brown out of Christchurch, New Zealand. 58 years old, folks. Yeah, you heard me right, 5'8". And he's taking on the surf, these rough water conditions, and he's in the fourth position.
All right, that just come across the front straightaway.
Wilson into lap traffic now, dispatching them one after another. Here comes Wilson at full speed. He's coming by Callaway Turner, the Apex, North Carolina rider. Let's see where he goes. Oh, Wilson does the smart thing, cuts tight. Even though it's a little rougher, he didn't want to land on Callaway Turner. And as we say that, Turner goes down. There goes Wilson. Second position. Oh, and Tobler is back in third now, I do believe.
Yeah, that's Greg Schoner in the second position. Franco Tobler in third. Still a battle between fourth position.
Is that Marshall Brown? Oh, that's Brett Underhill. Oh, and Underhill goes down, and here comes Marshall Brown. Excuse me, and that's the 2-2 of Gage Schoener.
Coming across the front stretch here around this left-hand buoy, we have, looks like Matthew Richuck. Matthew Richuck's only 16 years old, along with Brett Underhill, 16.
Marshall Brown, 58.
Yeah.
58-year-old against a 16-year-old, and the 58-year-old makes the turn first. Marshall Brown out of Christchurch, New Zealand, knows how to ride the surf.
And there you have it, everyone. Jimmy Wilson coming across for the checkered flag. What a great race. Please congratulate him on a good race.
A.J. Lewinster coming in on the hook. Good to see him safe. And that's Nick Handler out there.
Coming in the second position, Franco Tobler.
The Argentinian rider back up into second.
Oh, that must mean Schoner went down.
Yeah, Schoner went down. There's a 21 of Zach Spring. That's behind Callaway Turner, but I believe he was a lapper. And where, oh where, has Marshall Brown gone? There he is. Here comes the 81, Gene Daniel out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Now remember, he and Brown were going neck and neck. Looks like he is able to move through over Marshall Brown. Brown out there now.
There's Greg Schoner coming across the front stretch.
There's Brett Underhill and the oldest guy in the class,
Marshall Brown.
Big bad Marshall Brown out of Christchurch, New Zealand, riding the wheels up that Yamaha. Excuse me, final is 151, Matthew Richuck. Now Richuck, great rider, didn't have a great race this time, but look for him in the next set of motos. Who we got next, Jordan? Is that Pro Runabout stock?
That's correct. So if we can have our Pro-Am Runabout box stock, please make your way down to the beach and to the line. We will begin your race right away.
So in the Pro-Am Runabout box stock, just like you can buy them off of the showroom floor, riding the number 4 machine out of Naples, Florida on the Sea-Doo, sponsored by Sea-Doo, Jet Tribe, Hydroturf, Riva, WRT Nutrition Elite, Rotex, and XPS, Arminio Iantasca.
Sponsored by Hidden Trail Motorsports, Yamaha, Judge Motorsports, Jet Tribe, Jet Trim, and Dean's Team, we have Cameron Frame.
On the number 35 machine out of South Lyon, Michigan, sponsored by JBL Med 1, HDD, Riva, Jet Pilot, Jet Trim, IPD, Wonderland, Shoei, Ogio, Spy, EVS, Jason Lester.
On boat number C1 from Perry Park, Louisiana, sponsored by PWCOffshore.com, we have GL Legender. Lejean, pardon me. GL Lejean.
Thanks for taking that, Jordan. On the number 110 machine out of Bradenton, Florida. On the Yamaha, sponsored by Judge Motorsports and, of course, Snyder Belt. Longtime competitor, top rider, Troy Snyder. On the number 153 out of Abbeville, Alabama. On the Sea-Doo, sponsored by Jet Lift, Jet Renew, Fly Racing, Sea-Doo, Riva, Jet Pilot, Rockle Tape, Anthony Raditic.
And on boat number 247 from Groveland, Florida, sponsored by Judge Motorsports, Jersey Mike's, Bullet Racing, we have Dylan Osborne.
Rounding out the field on the number 404 Sea-Doo, sponsored by Black Tip Jet Sports and Watercraft Superstore, Action Sea-Doo, and Bradenton, Florida Sea-Doo, Brett Vanderlei. That's all the riders in the Pro-Am Runabout box stock class. Race 6 on the line. All right, Jordan, I'm going to call it my favorite starting this race, Arminio Iantosca.
That's a very good call. That's who I was going to pick, but I think since you're going to pick him, I'm going to go with number 35, Jason Lester. But there's a lot of good riders out there. It could be anyone's game with these conditions. It's going to come down to skill over power, timing the waves right.
I'll tell you what, the riders and holders on the line are not happy with these last two boats that are hanging up this race. Arminio Iantosca says, hey, hold on, I got to try and get this thing running.
Here they go.
Iantosca doing the right thing. Look at him go right offline to get a smooth run. And he is sly. We got a rider off. Was that Lester? I think so. Jason Lester hitting the eject button early. As usual, our course marshals, our safety staff right there.
Arminio Iantosca is cruising. He's getting some good traction coming around in the first right-hand set of buoys. And he is already pulling ahead of the rest of the pack.
Iantosca on the far left-hand side of the course. I was going to say the young man, he's not so young anymore, 36 years old. I watched this kid when he was a teenager, and he was blistering fast, but not in the kind of absolutely incredible physical conditioning that he is now. Arminio Iantosca, way out in front, hitting those chest breaker waves, headed out towards the right-hand yellow buoy. Who's that second place rider? Is that Cameron Frame? All right, we'll catch a number as they come around.
Well, I couldn't even look.
No, I mean when he comes over here.
Yeah. Let's see what I can get.
Iantosca, half the back straightaway lead already. Arminio Iantosca, and looks like he's going to come around and start playing with Jason Lester. Lester back on his boat. Thank you very much, Course Marshal, Rob, and Drake, and Nick. Here's your leader, far left-hand side of the course, Iantosca. Reading the water, looking for a good trough coming up. It's like a paint mixer out there, a washing machine. Iantosca cuts over laterally, hits those waves at 90 degrees, gets some air, and he has got Jason Lester in his sights. Iantosca way out in front.
Dylan Osborne's in the second place position coming across the front stretch here.
Yeah, that's a 247. Dylan Osborne. Who is this?
In third, that's boat number 7.
Is there Troy Snyder out there on the 110? Oh, that guy just took a runabout through a wave. Was that? Got to catch that. An orange or black boat, he hit that wave perfectly and went right through it and stayed on. I'm telling you what, that guy's got grips of steel. Speaking of steel, he's still out in front. Arminio Iantosca. Iantosca coming way over the top of that wave.
He's already
the corner.
He's already had some lap traffic ahead of him. He is so fast, so skilled.
And so smooth. And that is Jason Lester.
Nope, that one's Cameron Frame.
Cameron Frame, excuse me. So we've been calling it Lester, but it was Cameron Frame who went down earlier. Has now been lapped.
Dylan Osborne coming around the front stretch.
Whoa, this is going to be scary.
Oh, that's C7.
Yeah. GL. The GL on that C1. Oh, and he backs down. All right, GL taking a tip from the pros, backs out, let the wave go underneath him, then accelerates away. The Argentinian rider doing a great job out there right now. Your leader, one more time, Iantosca, in a lonely race. He's getting the white flag. Here comes the laundry. Iantosca to make the turn. He does. See some chest breakers come up. He'll turn it around, make it the other way. I'll tell you what, Arminio is putting on a clinic now, riders, for how to ride these waves.
Here comes Cameron Frame catching some major air across the front stretch. Got one more lap to go.
Second, third, fourth. All stacked up.
Here comes Dylan Osborne.
And GL. They're side by side in the air.
They got to come around that front buoy. That's
GL slowing down, making the cut. Oh, he rides the top of the wave. It cuts him. Is that Troy Snyder? I think so.
All right, Drake, just point him at the yellow.
Snyder is the rider that went, oh, and GL way up in the air.
Drake, after this, just point him at the yellow.
Snyder going from 5th into 2nd, making that move right now.
Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the checkered flag for Arminio Iantosca.
Great job by Iantosca. Second position. The battle raging over here. And I believe that's Troy Snyder on that orange and black machine. I'll be honest, I haven't been able to catch the numbers any time they've come around. But by a process of elimination, I think that just may be him. That's Cameron Frame out here getting a checkered flag, but I believe that he is a lap down. Lapped rider.
This is Anthony Raditic. His goggles had come off, and he's been flying or racing without his goggles. You can see him coming right behind his life jacket.
So I was calling him Snyder. It's Reditic, followed by Osborne. And there is Troy Snyder. All right, so that's it for the pro show today. We're going to switch it up. We're back to amateur runabout box stock, and this will be moto number 1 for them. We're mixing in the amateur runabout super stocks. They'll run together but scored separately in race number 5. And just to make it interesting, we're going to throw in a third class women's runabout stock. All 3 of those classes will be in race number 5. This will be their moto number 1.
No, this, yeah, okay. These are next set of sheets for the next, yeah. She'll return. Cool. Did you lose the buoy down here? Is that what happened? You lose the buoy? The orange one right here, yeah.
Just another quick thanks to Heyday Boats. They got one down here on display. Go and check them out. They're the ones that are they're supporting us to put on this event. They have a boat here for you guys to look at and demonstrate. Juan's here to go through the boat with you. Go and check it out. It's a sweet boat.
So Jordan, like we were saying, or I was saying earlier, this was a mixed class, 3 different classes in this one race. All right, so same hull style. We're going to have amateur runabout box stock on the C1 out of Medellin, Colombia, Canada. It's a little inside joke, folks. Riding a Kawasaki from Liquid Militia, WWR Products, and HydroTurf, Juan Rada. On the number 153 machine out of Abbeville, Alabama, on the Sea-Doo, sponsored by Jetlift, Jet Renew, Fly, Sea-Doo, Riva, Jet Pilot, and Rockle Tape, Anthony Raditic.
Ocala.
All right, coming on boat number 157 from Ocala, Florida, sponsored by Riva Racing, Forever Hooked Water Sports, Florida Express, and Bennett Construction, we have Jim Bennett.
All right, that's it for amateur runabout box stock and amateur runabout super stock. On the 157 out of New Hope, Pennsylvania, sponsored by Hamilton's Yamaha, Riva, Crazy Eights, Mini Melt Ice Cream, Kevin Kennedy.
And riding on boat number 764 from Carthage, Texas, sponsored by American Outdoor Transportation, we have Sean Compton.
And that's the field for race number 5, combined class amateur runabout box stock and amateur runabout super stock.
How about lunch? I'm ready for lunch. What's that? I'm ready for lunch. Oh, he's not talking to us. One more lap?
How many more are we doing? We're finishing out all the
These. And those.
So, Jordan, we talked about the Heyday boat. It's down there for you to see. Folks, go by, take a look underneath that thing. Talk to Juan. It's absolutely incredible. While you're there, make a left. Head on over. Go see Greg at Abaco Sunglasses. Looks like he's still got a few left. Greg was telling me he's got special deals out here for those spectators that want sunglasses. If you really want to see these races well, go pick up a set of Abaco polarized sunglasses. Greg's got deals for you right down there. Greg, take your hat off. Jump up and down. That's almost jumping up and down. Hallelujah. All right. Good to see you. Thank you so much for supporting the sport. Speaking of which, Hydrosport, Shark Energy Drink. Hey, that sounds good right now, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. One of my favorite thing about Abaco sunglasses, they have lifetime warranty on all their products. So that's one thing to take into consideration of buying sunglasses, and they'll really take care of you when you buy your glasses.
So I'm not clear. Is that your lifetime or lifetime of the sunglasses?
Greg, here we go.
All right, amateur runabout, box stock, amateur runabout, super stock on the line. We've only got 2 boats that have made it so far. Don't know what they're doing. Who we waiting for? Who's out there? Yeah, I knew he'd be there. Juan Rada.
Oh, wait for Kennedy. Wait for Kennedy.
Here comes, getting the help. Kevin Kennedy getting that 157. A Yamaha in the water.
Is that a 764? Yeah. Sean Compton, 764.
Yeah, that's 26764, Sean Compton. So we've got Compton, Kennedy, and Rada. Starter looking down the line, making sure everybody's there, ready to go, and they're off.
Here they go.
Kevin Kennedy. Kennedy taking a page out of Ian Tosco's book, going sideways off or at an angle, not wanting to hit those waves head on. Unfortunately, that allowed, or fortunately for him, Juan Rada, our Canadian Colombian, with the early lead. So there's Rada out in the lead. Rada really out in front.
In second position, we have Sean Compton, followed right behind with Kevin Kennedy.
Kevin Kennedy, he's been working all day long on the beach helping us get set up. He has got to be exhausted already. Then he's going out and doing this. Kevin Kennedy, it says 56. I think those numbers are swapped. He's got to feel like 65 today. Wait a minute, I'm 65. There's nothing wrong with that. Retired?
All right, coming across the front here, Juan Rada, riding on that C1 Kawasaki.
Rada making the turn into the chest breakers. Here we go, big one coming. He rides it over. Here goes Compton. Compton gets there. Kennedy making the turn, looking over, looking for the right place to make his move. Kennedy getting hammered in the surf out there. Meanwhile, Juan Rada. You know, I thought CC standing for credit card. It stands for Canadian Colombian.
Oh. That's why they call him the Canadian Colombian.
And folks, if you're back in the pits, you definitely want to take a look at Juan's pit vehicle, that Monster Energy smart car that he put together. Absolutely phenomenal.
It's got big tires on it.
Oh, things lifted. It's crazy. It's crazy. Want it. Got to have it. Need it. Desperately. Speaking of which, Juan Rada. Rada getting a little mixed up. Can't find the next buoy. Now he sees it. Heads over to the far left-hand side of the track. Try not to overrun that wave, and he goes over the buoy the wrong direction. Well, that's what we were talking about earlier, Jordan, where the waves can push you over. He had every intention of going wide around that thing, and it just the perfect storm, wave, wind, and nozzle setup. All of a sudden, he's pushed up and over. So Rada on the far right-hand side of the course continues to lead. Obviously a dominant performance. Look at this. Kevin Kennedy moved in the second place position. Kennedy In front of Sean Compton now. Kennedy riding that thing hard through that rough water. Juan Rada. It almost sounds like an energy drink, doesn't it? Juan Rada?
Ron Rada.
What do you have, sir? I'll have a Juan Rada.
I'll have a Canadian-Colombian Ron Rada, please.
Out in front and running away with this race. Watch Rada as he heads over far left-hand side of the course one more time. Rada slowing down, trying not to overrun that buoy. You can see how he's being cautious there. Here comes Rada.
One lap to go. Juan Rada's got a good lead.
Yet again, I say, sneezy for you to slay. Oh, big air. Rada going high, going wide. Here comes Kennedy in the second position, and Kennedy is starting to distance. He's starting to reel in Rada. Kennedy hitting it hard. Looks over, sees the white flag. That gives him all the energy he needs. One more lap, but look out, Kevin Kennedy. But here comes Sean Compton, and he is on fire. Compton going to make the turn. Hitting the chest breaker. Oh, yes, he does. Kennedy trying to pull away, but Compton all over him. Sean Compton got a second win. Jordan, he is starting to reel in Kevin Kennedy. What's going on over there?
He's starting to close in the gap. Kevin Kennedy's been out working, helping all of these guys hold their skis, and you can tell it might be wearing on him a little bit because here comes Sean Compton closing the gap.
Yeah, it's that wicked endomoto cramps that start up. When you're working so hard here all day long, and then you get out there into these rough water conditions, the adrenaline's flowing, and I'll tell you what, I have had and seen other riders have to have their hands pulled off the side of the bars so they could step on them and open up their fingers because the cramping is so serious.
Yeah, well, and now we have Juan Rada coming across for the checkered flag. Everybody, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Juan Rada.
Juan throwing his fist in the air, saying thank you very much. And here's the final two, Kennedy and Compton. Kennedy, got to be careful here. Surfed over it. He makes a turn, though. He's got to find a trough. He found one, trying to keep it hooked up.
Here comes Kevin Kennedy.
Compton. Kennedy doesn't know Compton's coming. Compton going to hit the tower, and Kennedy.
That was close.
In so many different ways.
Wow. All right. That was
race number 6, amateur ski stock, moto number 1 to the line. I just did that for a minute. All right, up next, amateur ski stock.
We have
on the number 15 boat. I just wondered if that was if it was. So, coming in from High Point, North Carolina, On the Yamaha, sponsored by Sunset RV, Hurricane Racing, Fly Racing, Jet Lift, Jet Trim, Pro Watercraft, and Reva Racing, Matthew Rachuk.
All right, on boat number 17, all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, sponsored by Superior Autorust, we have Hans Kurchuk.
On the number 20 machine out of Lawrence, Kansas, on the Kawasaki, self-sponsored, Nathan Hay.
And on boat number 44 from Panama City Beach, Florida, your local, we have, sponsored by Quick Sports Performance, CO and Beach Chairs, we have Michael Bekowitz. Michael Bekowitz, your local. Coming in on boat number 55 from Freeport, Florida, self-sponsored, we have Jeff Luker. And on boat number 85, also self-sponsored, from Chattanooga, Tennessee, riding the Yamaha, we have Dustin Higdon. And on boat number 11NZ from Christchurch, New Zealand, sponsored by Commander Marshall Brown Advertising, we have Quade Brown. And then on boat number 253 from Niceville, Florida, also sponsored by Commander Industry, Planet Beach Designs, Action Sports, New Zealand, we have Aaron McConkey. And on 316 from Elton, Colorado, from Team Faith Fly Racing, KTM Dragon, we have Dawson Newby. And from Pensacola, Florida, on boat number 417, riding the Yamaha, sponsored by Jet Trim, Scat Check, Ross Products, Pensacola Motorsports, we have Brett Underhill. And on boat number 425 from Dawsonville, Georgia, sponsored by Lucas Oil, Jet Trim, Reva Racing, Jet Dynamics, Rhino Power, Extreme Throttle, and IPD Graphics, we have Wyatt Hayes. And riding on boat number 702 from Raleigh, North Carolina, he's a self-sponsored, we have Jed Zabzor. And on boat number 712 from Cornelius, North Carolina, sponsored by Hurricane Racing, Amsoil, 321 Kawasaki, SBI Wear, Unsigned KL Sunglasses, we have Nikki Turner. And that will be your lineup for this race. And Norm Yee says, off you go. Here we go for our amateur ski stock. Taking on the waves from the start. We got a couple riders down. They're able to get back into the tray and start heading going. All right, coming into for our whole shot. It looks like we have Matthew Richuk. I'm not sure though, but I can tell there's a green helmet out there. I know one of the Richuks uses those green helmets. We'll get some numbers as they come around the front stretch here. Got another couple riders down off there on the back stretch. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit. But here we go, coming around the first right-hand set of buoys. All right, in your first position, I do believe that is Matthew Richuk. Coming around the front stretch here. And there he is, Matthew Richuk, 16 years old from High Point, North Carolina. He's in the lead. Coming right behind him.
602, 600. Is that 602, 407?
I believe that's Brent Underhill in the second position, with Jeff Luker in the third position, battling it out. Richuk starting to pull ahead, getting a strong lead. The battle for second and third is going on, and Luker just goes down. The battle for second and third, they're all within one buoy of each other. Richuk is pulling ahead. Richuk's already starting to come upon lap traffic. He's got 2 sets of buoys, and he'll be coming upon lap traffic.
Good call. Yeah. It's either that or pull the top on so it doesn't get.
Oh, and it looks like
We need this.
Jeff Luker just pulled into the 2nd place position, just passing.
Lutker putting the pedal to the metal, keeping that thing hooked up in the water, moving forward, using maximum use out of that jet pump. Lutker on fire out here.
Ritchuk's coming into the front straightaway, getting ready to pass some lappers. Luker's just getting passed right here too.
That's right, Lutker giving up 2nd position.
We'll get a boat number, ski number as it comes across here. No, that's.
We thought we would.
That's 42. I don't think that's 425. Wyatt Hayes.
Wyatt Hayes, another one of the Three Brothers Racing.
This guy's in 2nd right here. But
What is that number?
I think it's 690 or 690 or. But I think that's the guy from.
Is it Brett? All right, well, we do the best we can. I know who that is. Marshall Brown, that 11NZ out of New Zealand. Excuse me, it's this boat, but it's Quade Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big doubles, no troubles. These guys going at it. Oh!
That's boat number 85, Dustin Higdon, going down right on the front straightaway.
Higdon went down hard, but he held on.
And here comes Ritchuk. Matthew Ritchuk on boat number 15, your current leader.
Ritchuk looking over for a white flag, like when is this ain't gonna end? I don't know if he saw the white flag. I don't know if he knows this is the last lap. Oh! Major error! Ritchuk goes down, but he holds onto the boat. Jordan, he's gonna try and, oh! The lanyard came out and he gets it started right away. Wow.
I think he's just in the middle of lap traffic right now. I don't think the 2nd position is until this group of riders right here between, it looks like
that's
Jeff Luker. Jeff Luker battling for the 2nd position. He's got a rider right on his tail. They've been battling for quite some time. Oh, boat 4, number 425. Wyatt Hayes just down on the back straightaway. Ritchuk's got coming around that back straightaway. He's got his 2 right-hand buoys. These waves are so big as they go across the back straightaway. You can't even see, barely even see their helmets coming across.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, that's Dawson Newby out of Colorado on the Kawasaki. He made the turn, all of a sudden, wave right in the face. There's Quade Brown getting a white flag. 702, Jeb Zazauer out of Raleigh, North Carolina.
And ladies and gentlemen, your current leader coming around the front straightaway here.
Gonna get the checkered flag, give it up. Wire to wire leader,
Matthew Ritchuk.
I'll tell you what, the people over at Sunset RV, Hurricane Racing, Fly Racing, Jet Lift, Jet Trim, Pro Watercraft, that's us, and Reno Racing, really glad they sponsored that kid. 16 years old, and he is on fire.
Yeah, he races in a lot of other races too. I've seen him race in the pro category with some of the world champions, and he goes against them, helps him do well in his category here. Here comes some more riders coming across the front straightaway here. We got boat number 44, Michael Bekowitz, your local Panama City Beach, Florida rider. What a great race. All right, without further ado, we're going to move on right along to our next race. We have our ski 4-stroke class. We'll need Craig Warner, Nick Spring, and AJ Lewinstra to start making your way down. We will start your race right away. All right, so this next category, the ski 4-stroke, this is the start of its own new class. It's a 4-stroke ski, 1500 cc's. It's a little bit bigger ski, and it's a new class, and we are about to see them race. All right. The wind is getting a little stronger. It'll make things a lot interesting to watch when you watch these racers go through the course, picking their waves and all right, it looks like we got one last ski coming in. All right. So for our ski 4-stroke, on boat number 7 from Acworth, Georgia, sponsored by Kawasaki, Troy Lee Designs, HydroTurf, Jet Tribe, Quakey Sense, Scat Track, Works H2O Designs, Oakley, WWR Products, we have Craig Warner. And on boat number 22 from Stanford, North Carolina, sponsored by Imagination Fabrication and Hurricane Racing, we have Nick Spring. And coming in on boat number 114 from Andover, Kansas, sponsored by 321 Kawasaki, Jet Trim, Pro Watercraft, Judge Motorsports, Hurricane Racing, Abaco Sunglasses, IPD, and Fly Racing, we have AJ Lewinstra. All right, here they go. All the riders are just getting to the line now. Norm Yee's going to have you guys fire these things up, and off you go. Got Craig Warner, AJ Lewinstra, Nick Spring, all on the line. They're getting their holders ready. Okay.
Wet and wild.
All right, one rider called for a 2-minute check. A 2-minute hold just to make sure everything's running okay. He's got his pit crew over there. I believe that's Craig Warner, sorry, excuse me, Craig Warner, making sure his ski's up and running. And it looks like he's on his way out to the line.
I'll tell you what, Jordan, in these conditions, it's so easy for a little bit of seawater, salt water to get in there and attack the electronics. Salt is a conductor, so all of a sudden you'll lose electrical. And they're off.
Here they go.
Warner getting a good drive. He's got company on the left-hand side. Nick Spring and AJ Lewinstra trying to chase. Oh, and looks like Lewinstra goes down for a moment, but he gets back up. Warner out in front, driving away. Nick Spring goes down, and Lewinstra goes by. So, your leader, Craig Warner. Warner out of Ackworth, Georgia, sponsored by Kawasaki, Troy Lee Designs, Hydroturf, Jet Tribe, QuakeSense, Scat Track, Works H2O Designs, Oakley, WWR Products. That is a full list for multi-time world champion Craig Warner, and he is out front and ripping right now. Warner, I'll tell you what, we were talking last week, and he hasn't gotten a massive amount of time on this ski, especially in the surf conditions, being the new boat that it is. So every lap here is a learning experience for Warner. He must be a quick learner because he is way out in front, rider down, far left-hand side. I think that is Lewinstra. Well, Warner having an issue over there. He's back up. And there is the 114, Lewinstra in second position. And, of course, in third, Nick Spring. All three of these guys are on the same Kawasaki SXR 1500F. That's 4 cylinders of 4-stroke power underneath the hood of a stand-up ski. People have been asking for it for years. Well, now they've got it, the SXR 1500F. And, oh, Spring goes down. He goes down and holds onto the throttle, starts pulling him back to shore. He bumped off. He's going to try and get it going again. Meanwhile, your leader, Craig Warner, far left-hand side, just about coming into shore. Oh, and Warner, you see Warner go down in the tray when the front of that boat is going through waves. One thing that we must mention, the weight of this boat helps keep it hooked up so it can really go. But there are times when it's just going to pierce the wave and blow the rider right off the back. And we've seen that happen a couple of times to Warner and the other riders already in this moto. Warner going up high, backs out of the throttle, rolls over. That's why you get to be a world champion. So Warner now's lapped half the field. AJ Lewinstra on the far left-hand side, your leader. Oh, and as I say his name, Lewinstra goes down. A little bit of shy when he heard his name out there. Warner, meanwhile, on the back straightaway, trying to find the right tube to just hold it wide open. Warner looking for a nice trough to get some acceleration out of. And Lewinstra going down again. Warner going to lap the field maybe this lap. AJ Lewinstra having a mechanical. No, he's up. He's in the tray. He's going to make the turn. Lewinstra looking over. And once again, folks, these are brand new boats. These guys are just now getting to ride them in these kind of conditions for the first time. AJ Lewinstra has just got to have arms of steel. He keeps hanging on that thing as it throws him off time and time again. And here comes Warner, your leader, Craig Warner. He's going to make the left. If he can get by, he will have lapped the entire field in 2 laps. Warner, whoa, just turns out of the way to get away from Lewinstra. Lewinstra tries to wick it up, and Warner goes by. Jordan, there's Warner. Warner goes down, Lewinstra goes by. So Warner goes by Lewinstra again. So as you've been gone, Jordan, right now, Craig Warner out there. He's got the lead. He is the only one on the lead lap. He has lapped the entire field in 2 laps.
So he's lapped the second place position, and he's in first.
That's exactly correct. When you're a world champion, you learn how to do that kind of thing. Now, to be frank, everybody's new to this hull and this engine configuration, and you don't usually go out and practice in this kind of weather too often, where you've got these big, huge rollers. So they're learning how to surf it, and some of them, AJ Lewinstra is learning how to crash it. That's all I can say. That guy's been down like 20 times, and he never lets go of the bars. I'd shake his hand, but I'm afraid he'd crush mine.
Holding on tight. Yeah, he hasn't been floated away too far from his ski.
Checker flag coming out. Your winner, wire to wire. Folks, give it up on the beach for Craig Warner. Boy, you hear the crowd. They are happy to see Warner come around. AJ Lewinstra, one more time, go down on the frustration. I got to tell you, man, that guy is made of steel. What kind of condition do you have to be in to hold on to a boat that goes into the water that many times?
Yeah, and
is that a tsunami? That is one big wave that was coming in there, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, it looks like the sun's starting to come out a little bit. The clouds are starting to go away, and
they're dissipating just in time. For Veterans Runabout Box Stock, race number, excuse me, 8.
I didn't see you, sorry.
My bad.
Hey, Drake, can you go back out, Robin?
Are we doing that?
Robin, come in and let Drake take your boat out so the vet sits out there.
I need somebody to go do it.
Who we interviewing?
Water.
Camera's over there.
We don't have one. Don't worry about that.
Who we interviewing?
Robin's boat. Robin and Drake. That stays out there. All right, when you're done, if I want to go to Warner, okay. Talk about the info. Blah, blah, blah.
All right, coming to the line, multiple class, IROC GP and IROC Stock combined. In the IROC GP on the number 1 machine out of Allentown, Michigan. On the Sea-Doo, sponsored by Riva Racing, Keys McIve, Jet Trim, and Hamilton's Eric Gabriel.
On boat number 35 from South Loyne, Michigan, sponsored by JLB Med 1, HED, Riva, Jet Pilot, Jet Trim, IPD Wonderland, Shoei, Ojo, Spy, EVS, we have Jason Lester.
On the 212 Kawasaki out of Venice, Florida, sponsored by Broward Motorsports, Jet Lift, Hydroturf, Fly 360 and Jet Tribe, Sean Miles.
And on boat number 311 from Pinella Park, Florida, sponsored by Affordable Garage Door Experts, PWC Muscle, we have Jeremy Dickman.
On the 316 out of Mount Juliet, Tennessee, on the number 51 Sea-Doo, sponsored by Team Faith, Fly Racing, Olins, Pirelli, KTM, Jet Lift, and Amsoil, our favorite Brian O'Rourke. And rounding out the field on the 516, although I'm not seeing that boat out. Yes, I am. There she is, Monica O'Rourke, in her first personal watercraft race, and she's taken on the worst conditions we've seen all year. Check it out, Monica O'Rourke, riding for Team Faith, Jet Lift, Amsoil, Rouse Products, SSI Decals, and Jesus. Way to go. What do you say? Carson. Figure out the first two riders. Oh, okay. So which one is he on? They're off and running. Riders getting sideways in the air just to come down and straighten it out and go airborne again. These waves coming in are bouncing them around like ping pong balls in a washing machine. Any idea who's up front? Gabriel? Yeah, that looks like it is on the number one machine out in the lead. Eric Gabriel. He is out of Allentown, Michigan, 41 years old, riding a Sea-Doo. He got some company. Oh, there's riders coming after him. Gabriel looks over his shoulder. There's a rider right there, headed towards the shore. They're going to make the left-hand turn around that orange buoy, come down the front straightaway. Gabriel looks over, sees the second-place rider, and takes off.
All right, on the second position, that's Jason Lester on boat number 35.
So that is Jeremy Dickman and Sean Miles in third and fourth position. And Brian O'Rourke leading his wife out in her very first race, Monica O'Rourke, on the far left-hand side of the course. Brian O'Rourke looks over to make sure his wife is safe and there. I'll tell you, you can feel the love from here. And look at Monica. She's going to pass him while he's looking out for her. Monica. Well, you know, when your sponsor is Jesus, I think you do almost anything you want to do out there. It says it right here. Monica might have missed that boy. Brian says, let's make a left, honey. Here we go. Side by side. Monica staying low, accelerating away, leaving her husband in the dust.
And here come your leaders coming across the front straightaway. Looks like Jason Lester is going to pull ahead for the first position.
Eric Gabrielle right there. Gabrielle makes the turn. Oh, Lester just getting pounded and continues to just get massive air out there. Is that the Sean Miles? Is that the 212 of Miles? I think that's the 311 of Jeremy Dickman, and then on the blue 212 is Sean Miles. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
That sounds good because that's officially unofficial.
I get you. I'd confirm that, but it'd still be unofficial. Officially. So, far left-hand side of the track, Eric Gabrielle off the back straightaway. Way out in front. No, excuse me, that's Lester.
That's Lester, yeah.
Lester made the move. And Lester pulling away. Where's Gabrielle? I'm wondering if he's having a mechanical.
Jason
Yep.
Lester coming across the front stretch.
So, yeah, and I believe that's our early leader, Gabrielle, there with a broken boat, just coming off the back straightaway. Jeremy Dickman out of Pinellas Park, Florida, on that 311 going by. And the 212 is Sean Miles.
Here come the O'Rourkes.
Getting a white flag, 1 lap to go. Monica signaling her husband. What do you mean you're number 1 with me? Monica looking for the right way over there while following her hubby. How cute is it to watch those two? Meanwhile, far left-hand side of the track, Jason Lester coming through. Final time. Lester way up in the air. He's going to back it up, make the corner. Watch him as he finds a trough to come through. Folks, put your hands together. Your winner, Jason Lester. The motivator. And I believe that is the 311, Jeremy Dickman out of Pinellas Park, Florida, making it through. Going to catch that second place position. Here we go. Good job, Jeremy Dickman. In third spot, Sean Miles on that blue 212. And how tragic to see Eric Gabrielle getting pulled in on the hook there. Looks like he's okay walking in. His, friends, thank you. Deliver my boat.
Yeah, sorry, dude. Yeah, it was my bad. It's my bad. I destroyed it.
Every team has a goal. Every team makes a plan. But only one team in the world has what it takes to succeed, no matter what gets in their way. Find out more at goarmy.com/team.
JetLift, the world leader in watercraft lift and transport systems, tested by industry pros and proven on the Pro Watercross National Tour. The industry's only modular design for beach totes, shop carts, four-wheel trailers, two-wheel lowboys, scissor stands, and rail systems for trucks, vans, trailers, and extreme off-road vehicles. Superior quality, extreme engineering, and made in the USA. Visit thejetlift.com.
We can have some more holders come down, help these guys hold their skis so they can start the race.
Yeah, they did. I'm sorry. My bad. That was the first one. They've got 4, 4, and 3. Yeah. What? Thank you. 077. Who's that?
All right, and they're off. Looks like Jason Lester got off to a quick start. Anthony Raditik's out in front. Let's see who's going to get the whole shot here.
It's Raditik and Lester. We've got the wrong number out there, so we don't know whether it's Tony Savage or Sean Compton in that third position. Anybody down there know who's on that third and final boat?
Well, I do know that we have Anthony Raditik. Help me out with this name here.
Yeah, Anthony Raditik. Kicking T-A-I-L, tail. Raditik making a left onto the front straightaway. Green flag, we're a go. Raditik on that 153 machine. He is out of Abbeville, Alabama.
Here comes Jason Lester in the number 2 spot.
JL cutting hard left. Headed straight out.
That's who's on 0.
All right, that's a Sean Compton out there on the 077 instead of the 764. All right, so to review, out in front, Anthony Raditik. In second, Jason Lester. In third, Sean Compton. Look at Raditik just flying out there. And remember, Jordan, these are box stock watercraft. You could go to your dealer and buy one that does that right now.
Yeah, and Jason Lester just was in our last race just a few moments ago, out here battling the waves again, trying to close the gap on Anthony Raditik.
Raditik reading the waves and giving them what the ocean's, taking what the ocean's given. Here comes Lester.
Back-to-back races, got to be some endurance going on there.
Yeah, you know what, Jordan, you can watch a rider, pretty much doesn't matter which class. When you see his elbows starting to bounce up and down consistently, he's exhausted. He's done.
All right, that's what I'll look for in these racers.
I'll tell you what, who's not done, Anthony Raditek. He is boiling the water up there. It wouldn't surprise me. We saw some dead fish coming up because he is boiling the water. Sean Compton cruising along.
Oh! And Anthony just took away right into a buoy. Yeah, knocked his goggles off. That's going to be able to make James Lester be able to close the gap a little bit. But Anthony's back on the throttle, just hammering it down. But the gap is a lot smaller now between Anthony and James Lester.
Raditek just got hammered with another wave. I'm not sure he knows where he is on the course. You see him kind of looking around. He looks confused. Raditek getting up in the air, but I think he knows to go around the buoys because of the color, but I don't know if he knows where he is out on the track.
Yeah, he hit pretty hard. I mean, it hit him hard enough to knock his goggles off.
And then got it again over here on the far right-hand side. Raditek not going as fast as he was down that straightaway. I'll tell you what, Anthony Raditek took a header big time, and he's doing everything he can to stay on that machine and stay out in front. It's like you see a football player shake their head after a hit like that. Raditek looking for now he's going to go take the penalty buoy because he went beyond. He missed that other buoy.
So it's going to be close because that'll put Jason Lester an opportunity to take the lead here. It's going to be close. Folks, watch the front straightaway here. We have James Lester who's across the front. Anthony, who is in the first place, had to take the penalty buoy.
Boy, look out on the beach.
And there you have it. Jason Lester taking the checkered flag. Anthony Raditek had to go around the penalty buoy, and that cost him the lead to second place.
I got to tell you, in all fairness, that you can see our boy Rob going to grab that thing because it moved about 3 counties down. However, it is what it is. It would be the same for any other rider that missed it as well. Having said that, good job. All right. I'm going to go down, see if we can't catch up with Craig Warner down there. Do a quick interview. Jordan, I leave this in your capable hands up here.
So next we will have our sports stock class. So we'll need Hunter Mitchell, Sean Reynolds, Kevin Benjamin, Dustin Higdon, Christopher Landis, and Charles Germany. If you guys can start making your way down, we're going to start our sports stock right away. Wasn't on here. This is the new update. So Sports Stock LCQ? Alright, excuse me, that'll be Sports Stock LCQ. That will be our next race, Sports Stock LCQ. If you can start making your way down to the beach, we will start your race here shortly. Hey buddy, how's it going out there?
Well, sometimes it's good.
All right, if we can have the holders start making their way down. For our sports stock last chance qualifier, on boat number 7, we have Hunter Mitchell from Dawsonville, Georgia, self-sponsored. And then coming in on boat number 18 from Naples, Florida, sponsored by HBE Performance, Whole Shot Performance Engines, and Stroker Industries, we have Sean Reynolds. And on boat number 48 from Gainesville, Georgia, sponsored by Superior Auto House, Riva Parts, and his girlfriend, we have Kevin Benjamin. And on boat number 85 from Chattanooga, Tennessee, he's a sales sponsor, we have Dustin Higdon. And on boat number 201 from Delray Beach, Florida, sponsored by Team Mean Racing, Custom Riva Racing, we have Christopher Landis. And then on our boat number 609 from Mobile, Alabama, sponsored by Old Guys Rock Racing, and his mom and his dad, we have Charles Germany. Norm Yee says fire them up. And off they go. Here we go, coming across, catching some big air right off the gate. Here we go, we got a big wave coming, all 6 of them hitting at the same time. I think that's Kevin Benjamin out in front. I'm not sure though. We'll have to get a boat number as they come around. But all these riders are really close with each other. All right, coming around the first set of left-hand buoys. And here they go. Coming on the first set of the 2 right-handed buoys. Yeah, I do believe that is Sean Reynolds out in front from Naples, Florida.
Check, check. You hear us down there, Jordan?
Yep, we can hear you.
And Maverick, you getting visual up there?
Yep, we're good to go.
All right, so we're here with... Yep. Down there. Hey, great ride, by the way.
All right, so your top leader, we have Sean Reynolds in number 1. Coming in the second position, we have number 85, Dustin Higdon. In the battle for 3rd and 4th is close between boat number 7, Hunter Mitchell. And I didn't catch that other boat, but our top leaders are all within 1 buoy of each other.
Jordan, got it down here on the beach, just like you said. Get out here, you can see the tops of the boats as they go over the some of these larger waves, and then they disappear completely. Could it be more than to be in Panama City Beach, Florida, for Heyday Pro Watercross Broward Motorsports National Tour?
Well, we got a rider down right on the right side of the course. I think that's boat number 7, Hunter Mitchell. But here come your leaders coming across your 2 right-handed buoys on the left-hand side of the course. 2 buoys before the front straightaway. Sean Reynolds in the number 1 spot. Here he comes across the front straightaway. Sean Reynolds from Naples, Florida. All right, in the number 2 position, we have 85, Dustin Higdon. And then number 3, we have boat number 201. That's Christopher Landis. Got a yellow flag out with a rider down off on the right-hand side of the course. Those are your 3 leaders. And here they go on the back stretch. Dustin Higdon is right on the tail of Sean Reynolds. And Christopher Landis is right behind him. They're between about 1 buoy length. And here comes Dustin. Okay, we got a lapped rider coming up ahead. Sean Reynolds is going to be passing his first lap rider. This will add a different little factor coming into the 2 right-handed buoys. I don't know if that lap rider sees him, but here he comes, Sean Reynolds. Trying to stay out of that pump wash. Dustin Higdon is getting some traction. He's coming up right on Sean Reynolds, coming up quickly. Sean Reynolds got past that lapped rider. Now Dustin Higdon's going to have to go through that same lapped rider. 1 lap to go. In the lead, we have Sean Reynolds. In the second position, we have Dustin Higdon. And in the third position, we have Christopher Landis.
Just when you thought it was safe, Landis landed on it.
On that lap rider goes down. I think that, I can't tell who that is, but he's down. Oh, we got another rider down.
Upside down.
Oh, that's Christopher Landis, who's in our third position. Is off his ski now. He's still quite ahead of the lapped rider, so he can still maintain that third position.
Top 2 to the main. So out in front, Jordan, who is it?
We have Sean Reynolds out in front on the front straightaway. In our second position, we have Dustin Higdon. He's right behind him. And then Christopher Landis. Christopher Landis is still in the third position because he was coming up upon that lapped rider back there on the front straightaway. I didn't catch a number on that one, but currently, with that lap traffic, he is still in number 3, but I could be wrong.
Well, like you said, it doesn't really matter because only the top 2 are going to the main. This is a last chance qualifier or a transfer. So Sean Reynolds, I see a checker flag out here. If he can make it just one more little bit down this front straightaway, he is going to the main. He's going to the big show. Big time.
All right, there he is, Sean Reynolds. Moving on to the next round. Coming in at number 2, Dustin Higdon.
That's a Chattanooga, Tennessee Yamaha rider, self-sponsored on that beautiful number 85 machine. And he makes it to the big show.
And here comes Hunter Mitchell. He went down a little bit ago, but he was able to jump back on his ski and finish the race.
1 spot out of the transfer. So up next, we've got Veteran Ski GP. And that is motor number 2, motor number 1 winner on the number 11 NZ out of Christchurch, New Zealand at 58 years old. Sponsored by Commander Industries and Marshall Brown Advertising. It's Marshall Brown.
And on boat number 55 from Freeport, Florida, self-sponsored freestyle rider, we have Jeff Lutker.
On the number 3 Yamaha at Fuqua, Varina, North Carolina. Sponsored by 321 Yamaha and Judge Motorsports, Ralph McGregor.
And on the boat number 253, sponsored by Commander Industries, Planet Beach Designs, Action Sports New Zealand, we have Aaron McConkey.
They can't hear you. Clear the radio.
And that will round out our Veteran Ski GP. So Jeff Lutker, he was our freestyle rider, and he's racing in our veteran ski GP.
Alright, so after race 15 is 4 strokes. It's a few more races. 4. Everything is 4. 4 in example. Sorry? This is the race. I went down and there's yellow sand all across. I'm sorry. I don't really have one horsepower, so it's up great.
To be part of this team, it takes more than being tough. It takes more than being smart. It takes the will to step up when the stakes are highest, and the skills to prevail when you're needed most. Find out more at goarmy.com/team.
So Hidden Trails is a power sports dealership. We sell street bikes, dirt bikes, jet skis, side-by-sides, ATVs. And with Hidden Trails, we're selling fun, and you just can't beat that. See the smiles on people's faces, and it's awesome.
Yeah, not only here to support the tour and support our sport, to keep it going. It kind of fell for over the years, and it's starting to come back really big now that we're having big horsepower boats and catching the eye. A lot of the public are wanting to get back into it.
Man, we're just glad to give back. By sponsoring the tour, it's pretty important for us to give back, and we just keep getting bigger every year. And us sponsoring the tour and getting some national exposure has just been phenomenal for us.
It's been a family thing for us. We grew up, riding skis back when 550s came out, and we just never let it go.
I've been doing this since I was started skiing when I was 10. It's just addictive. The whole lifestyle is addictive.
First time I ever sat on a jet ski, I was 6, and that was it. That feeling when that band pops going to the first buoy, it does not get better than that.
The team consists of Trey and I and Tim Duquette. Also support Jimmy Wilson in stand-up. And we're all a big family, so we all support each other. We're here to hang out with each other and help any way we can. We're building big horsepower boats now, and 80 plus mile an hour into one turn with guys with no brakes. None of these guys are wanting to lift. They're in it for blood, and that's what we're all here to do.
GP class is insane, man. Those guys are throwing money at those boats like no others.
These skis are carbon fiber skis, so they're very lightweight, pushing like 600 horsepower.
McGregor shot out of a cannon on that number 3 Yamaha. McGregor, whoa, massive air. Oh, and again, McGregor's got to make the turn. There comes Lutker. Lutker in third.
Looks like the couple of those guys got a late start, but this is anyone's game. Oh, there's one doing a wheelie out there.
Oh,
Trying
no,
to
that
hold
was
on.
Marshall Brown going down, I believe, the New Zealander. So that puts Lutker in second and McConaughey in third.
All right, here comes Ralph McGregor coming around the front straightaway. He's your current leader. But like we said, in these conditions, it can be anyone's game. Normee's got the green flag out. Race is underway.
Wow, McGregor styling back there. Look at him catching air everywhere, doing his best to keep those feet in the tray, and that thing keep himself erect. Makes the left. Oh, huge air. He goes down. McGregor's down. He's holding on to the boat. He's got to get it upright. It's still running. Can he do it? Here he goes. McGregor back up, but here comes second and third. Right behind him, Jeff Lutker and Aaron McConkey all over the back of McGregor.
They're all within 2 buoys lengths of each other, so just like you said, this is anyone's game because the elements, the waves are so large that they're getting bucked off and staying on, and this is a really fun race to watch.
Wow, and I pulled that wrong. Honestly, that was McConkey that just went by, so it was Marshall Brown in that third spot. So McGregor remounted, restacked, re-rack. He's staying upright, but boy, he's not hitting those. He is not hitting the corners with the enthusiasm he was before. He took a huge hit over here, headed out. Yeah, he's like, whoa, what week is this? Mom, do I still have to go to school? So says the 52-year-old McGregor. He looks over his shoulder, sees second and third right there. All of a sudden, it's game on. Ralph McGregor going to pull the throttle. Looks like he might be having he might have water in that boat. As we look at it, look at him surfing off the backside of those waves.
Here comes Jeff. Oh. Here comes Jeff Fluker. He's closing the gap on him. Right behind him, Marshall Brown. Oh, Marshall Brown just makes a move, passes Jeff Luker. Now he's coming. He's coming from Ralph McGregor. Here he comes right across the front stretchway. Jeff Luker is also coming across the front. Ralph McGregor, they're closing the gap on Ralph McGregor.
There goes Luker. He took over second place position. In third is Marshall Brown.
Luker just had a big hit, went down. Marshall Brown now takes over second position.
I think Marshall Brown just commands the waves to his needs. He's 58 years old, and he's out there on the stand-up in the roughest conditions we've had, and this is like his fourth moto. Telling you, those New Zealanders, those Kiwis, gotta love them.
Yeah, it looks like Ralph McGregor's getting lots of traction now, starting to pull away from the pack.
I don't know. McGregor sure seems to have some issues now on that back straightaway. First couple of laps, he was on it. But boy, it must be really, really rough out there because he's not able to pull away the way he was in the first lap or two. McGregor makes the turns. He disappears from sight, and that's from us on the tower. Down on the beach, they're not seeing anything but waves coming in.
Waves and maybe a little bit of a shiny helmet, but that's about it.
There's McGregor making the turn, coming back out, coming towards us, far left-hand side of the course. Ralph McGregor out of Fuquay Varina, North Carolina, sponsored by 321 Yamaha and Judge Motorsports. He is in the lead still. Looks over his shoulder, sees second and third right behind him. He's got to be frustrated. Oh! Catching major air there. White flag out.
Here comes Marshall Brown closing the gap on Jeff Luker. He's got the outside. Jeff's got the inside. Here we go. Let's see.
Yeah, there McGregor missed the buoy, and he tried to come back and get it, which is absolutely incorrect. Looks like he lost something.
No, I think that wave was so big he wanted to turn around right before he hit it, but I think it was too late to make that call, and then it swamped his ski.
I think he lost a shoe or something. It's surfing in to the right of him. Just coming up over here. You see it?
Yeah. Yeah, and so now that leaves us with Jeff Luker out in front, and then Marshall Brown goes down also on that buoy, around that right-hand buoy. So Jeff Luker, he was battling for second and third, and now he's in the first position. Ralph McGregor had a lead throughout the whole race, and then on that last lap he goes down. That puts him back in the fourth position. We'll see. He might have a lot of water in that ski of his, but let's see if he can come back. But Jeff Luker, also our freestyle guy, he's got 2 more buoys to go. What a battle.
And Lutker goes down, and Lutker's back up. Like we said at the beginning of the morning, Jordan, it's going to be an exciting day of racing out here. Now remember, this is moto number 2. Lutker finished 4th in moto number 1, so this is just going to kind of balance it out for him. McGregor was 3rd, so we could have a 3-way tie at the end of this.
And there you have it. Put your hands together for boat number 55, Jeff Luker. And it looks like, it looks like Marshall Brown just nosedived right into a wave, but he looks like he's going to come around. It's going to be close for second and third and fourth. Here they all come on the front straightaway. It's close. Here comes McGregor all the way from the back. McGregor, let's go.
McGregor, followed by 58-year-old Brown, and the 253 of Aaron McConkey, also 48 years old. So remember, folks, that was the veteran ski class, all right?
Ralph McGregor went down and put him all the way into the 4th position on the last lap, and came back and overpowered and took 2nd. That is some skilled riding right there.
I'll tell you what, that's some physical conditioning. You know who's got the finest physical conditioning out there?
Arminio Iantosca.
Potentially. But it just might be Rob or Drake, our course marshals, who have been out there since 6:30 this morning.
Yes, that is very true, because the riders get to come in and rest while our safety guys are out there on the whole day battling the waves.
Hey, you know what I'm thinking, Jordan?
I'm listening.
Why don't we bring up amateur runabout box stock, amateur runabout super stock, and women's runabout box stock? Let's kind of call it out here. I see on the C1 Kawasaki out of Medellin, Colombia, Canada, Juan Rada.
And on boat number 157, riding a Sea-Doo from Ocala, Florida, we have Jim Bennett.
On the number 153 Sea-Doo, out of Abbeville, Alabama, Anthony Raditic.
And for our amateur runabout Super Sport, we have on boat number 764, riding a Sea-Doo from Carthage, Texas, we have Sean Compton.
On the 157 Yamaha out of New Hope, Pennsylvania, Kevin Kennedy.
And for our women's runabout box stock, riding on boat number 516, the Sea-Doo, we have Monica O'Rourke.
Now, I'm not certain that Monica is pulling into this race, but she's on the paperwork. I think they declined to put her out there the first time. Boy, the waves really getting crazy down here at the starting line. Our riders and our holders are getting pounded down here. If you can see these guys down in the water, they've got 4 people holding them. The boats are going sideways. These guys are getting all bent out of shape.
Oh, there goes Drake.
Kevin Kennedy needing some holders. Hey guys, if you've got extra time on your hands, jump in the water. We need some holders up here for these big runabouts so nobody gets hurt right here on the line. Holders, holders, holders. 4 per boat. And if you had 5, we probably wouldn't say anything. Other boat. And off.
Here they go.
Whoa, Kennedy going straight up. Looks like he's got the hole shot. Oh, Rada. Major air. One Rada. He's going to go up in Florida and come down in Canada. It's the kind of air that Juan Rada's getting.
Here we go. So we have Juan Rada out in front. Kevin Kennedy in the second position. Oh, and I think.
So Rada coming at us right back to shore. He got the hole shot. Kevin Kennedy in that second position. And Kennedy looks like he's on fire. He's riding faster now than he has all day. He is on it. In that third spot, is that Sean Compton on a red Sea-Doo?
I don't know, but he's just getting past. There's a battle for the 2 third place position.
As soon as you say their name, that announcer's curse almost never fails.
All right, so there you have it. Ron Rada out in front, coming across the front straightaway. Also, we got Kevin Kennedy coming across the front. That is 153. That is
Anthony
Radatic. And then number 3 position.
Kennedy getting sideways. Radatic almost hits him. Radatic makes an incredible move. Not to take Kevin Kennedy's head off. Thank you very much. Mrs. Kennedy sends you a thank you, Anthony Radatic.
That was close.
That was spectacular riding right there. That was spectacular. Did we get that on film? I want to watch that later. Wow. Out in front, Juan Rada. Juan Rada. That's right, I said it.
Yeah, so that'll put Anthony Radatic in our second position and Kevin Kennedy in third.
I'll tell you what, the way Radatic's going right now, I'm calling it. By the end of the next lap, those two are going to be battling. If Radatic isn't already by, that kid is on fire right now.
Yeah, they're within 1 buoy's length right now, and he's already closing the gap coming right across those left-hand buoys.
I don't think Rada knows he's there.
No.
Rada thinks he's got it all to himself.
Here it comes. He's going to make his move.
He's going to find out quickly, isn't he?
He made the buoy coming across the front straightaway. Here they go. Juan Rada coming out quickly. Here he comes, timing his waves just right, trying to stay out of the pump wash so he can see.
Radatic making a great move, cutting over hard. Now he's going to move over. There's Rada. Who's it going to be? It's Radatic.
Radatic is now in first position. Juan Rada in our second position. And that'll put Kevin Kennedy in our third position. And Radatic is starting to pull ahead.
Kevin Kennedy back in that third place position now. In the fourth spot, I believe that is Sean Compton.
Anthony Radatic, he is just accelerating through this water. Didn't have that good of a start, but it goes to show that he just keeps his ski down and off he goes.
So Radatic using his surf skills, obviously he's been doing this before. You'll watch him, you see his selection of when to accelerate, when to back off the throttle based on the waves coming at him. Radatic just tearing this course apart.
Yeah, coming off the front stretch when he made that move, he came out wide and took the yellow right-hand buoy real close, and that's what gave him the lead against Juan Rada. One lap to go. Oh!
Yeah, Rada got pushed sideways, but he makes the buoy. Meanwhile, Radatic, we got a new fresh set of Waves coming in here, and they are just pushing these huge runabouts high in the air. Finally onto the back straightaway. Radatic opens up that powerful Sea-Doo, and he is just pulling away from Juan Rada. He's got the whole back straightaway in front of him.
All right, and it looks like we have Sean Compton coming up hot against Kevin Kennedy for that 4th place position.
3rd and 4th spot, they've got multiple classes, so that kind of muddies the water. But you know what? If you're a rider out there, you don't want to be passed by anybody. You don't care what the class is. Having said that, Anthony Radatic, final time through for this race. Backs it down, makes the left, pulls the trigger. Here comes the checkered flag. Anthony Radatic with the win.
All right, and coming in on our 2nd position, we have coming around our last buoy before the front straightaway. Here he comes.
Juan Rada.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen, Juan Rada.
Juan Rada.
Our Canadian-Colombian C1
credit card.
Okay, and it's still a battle for 3rd and 4th.
There's Kevin Kennedy holding back Sean Compton. Kennedy trying to keep out in front. Looks over his shoulder. Sees it's Compton right there.
Here we go. Compton's closing the gap.
Kennedy getting there. Gonna go back it down. He does. Looks over. There's Compton.
Here they go. It's gonna be close. And Kevin Kennedy comes across with our 3rd position.
Followed by Sean Compton, and that's it for our amateur runabout box stock, amateur runabout super stock combined. Race 13, amateur ski stock. Out of High Point, North Carolina, on the number 15 Yamaha. Oh, you love this kid, Matthew Rachuk.
All right, on boat number 417 from Pensacola, Florida, we have Brett Underhill.
On the double 5 out of Underhill's got quite the crowd down beneath us. On the 5-5 out of Freeport, Florida, Jeff Lutker.
And then on boat number 425 from Dawsonville, Georgia, we have Wyatt Hayes.
Out of Christchurch, New Zealand, on the number 11 NZ ski, which gets more use than any other ski on the beach, Mini-Me Quade Brown.
On boat number 316 from Eaton, Colorado, we have Dawson Newby.
On the 702 Yamaha out of Raleigh, North Carolina, Jeb Zarzor.
On boat number 20 from Lawrence, Kansas, we have Nathan Hagg.
On the 253 Kawasaki out of Niceville, Florida, Aaron McConkey.
From Panama City Beach, Florida, riding on boat number 44, we have Michael Bekowitz.
On the 712 Kawasaki out of Cornelius, North Carolina, Nikki Turner.
And on boat number 85 from Chattanooga, Tennessee, we have Dustin Higdon.
And rounding out the field from Atlanta, Georgia, on the number 17 Kawasaki, Hans Krajek. That's it, amateur ski stock, race number 13 on the line for your viewing pleasure. Rough water. Is that a fin in the water over there, left-hand side? Somebody's got some floats and jets in there. That's a part of a boat. Ah, Batman.
Right there.
And off. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Huge! Huge air! Riders going down everywhere. Yeah, buddy. Now remember, this is amateur ski stock, Jordan. So less experience here than the veteran ski riders we saw earlier. Similar equipment. It's going to be interesting to see who pulls out. I don't know. Matthew Richuk, he's back in the pack. He's back about 6th spot. But I wouldn't bet against him at the end of the race.
I think he got the whole shot actually.
Except for being out front right now.
Yeah, I think that is him up front taking that around that first left-hand buoy.
Yeah, you know what got it for me was the helmet color. There's a number rider out there with that green helmet.
Yeah, he got kind of a rough start off the front on some of those waves, but he was able to keep his boat down and keep traction to pull ahead.
Yeah, if you watch these riders now, you see they're going much further around the buoys than they were this morning. Probably each one of them has learned their lesson. If you bang into one of these buoys, they don't move easier. They're held down by multiple concrete blocks and steel chains, and they're heavy in their own right. It hurts badly if you hit one of these buoys.
All right.
That's without even saying what Carson will do if you pop one of his buoys on the track out in front. That's the number 13 or the 15?
No, that's Matthew Richuk. And then in the number 2 position, we have Quade Brown. And then number 42 is in our 3rd position. I think 42.
425, is that Wyatt Hayes?
Wyatt Hayes.
I'm going to go with Wyatt Hayes because that looks, oh, and as we say it, you know, you could pay us not to say your name and you wouldn't go down all race. You know that, right?
I think the more I sit here and talk about the riders, the more I see that it's true.
I think we need to mention that in the riders meeting tomorrow. A little bit of extra cash for lunch.
All right, here comes a battle between number 44 and 712 and 702.
Yeah, Nikki Turner on the 712 out of Cornelius, North Carolina. Looks like going to be the survivor there. Maybe not. And it's the doppelganger, Matthew Richuk's second himself, just making the move up into, I'm going to go with 7th spot.
No, he's right here. There's 2 green helmets out there. There's the 702 boat and the 1.5. That's Matthew Richuk out in front.
Excuse me, 8th position for the doppelganger.
Okay, here comes your leader, Matthew Richuk from High Point, North Carolina, gaining a substantial lead.
Nice selection of these waves, just leaping over the top, keeping that thing hooked up. Far left-hand side of the course, that looks like Quade Brown, the New Zealander, in that 2nd position. It is
following right behind, I think that's 253.
It is.
That would be Aaron McConkey in their 3rd position.
Get the numbers on. There's Lutke. Jeff Lutker. Sorry. Jeff Lutker in that 4th spot. 5th spot.
Looks like Quade Brown went down.
Quade Brown has had some issues with that, specifically that buoy and the wave action that comes at it here.
Matthew Richuk's coming up upon his first lap rider.
The first of many. See, the halfway flags were out. There's Jeb Zarzor. Zarzor out of North Carolina making his way through. Until I said his name and he went down. All right, here's the 712. Nikki Turner. Nikki out of Cornelius, North Carolina. Here comes Richuk.
1 lap to go for the race. Matthew Richuk's in the lead.
You know what we got coming up, right? Race 14, IROC GP, IROC Stock. Yet again, moto number 2. Eric Gabriel, Jason Lester, Sean Miles, Jeremy Dickman, Brian O'Rourke, and Monica O'Rourke. We need to have you down at the water. Batman. Is that McCartney? It is. Oh, Ryder getting down hard on the far left-hand side of the track. That's Brown. Quade Brown will not let go of the handlebars. And I'll tell you what, if there's one mantra for surf riding, do not let go of the bars. Here comes Quade Brown. And I'll tell you what, he took a flying header. The ocean is doing its best to separate Quade Brown from his ski, and he is not having any of it.
All right, here comes Matthew Richuk coming around the last 2 right-handed buoys. He's got 2 left-hand buoys left.
Jeb Zarzur going by in his Radachuk-esque lime green helmet.
All right, coming around the last buoy, we have Matthew Richuk, who just went down around that last buoy. He's able to get back on his ski, fired up.
Here he comes, folks. Put your hands together. Give this young man a huge round of applause. Your wire-to-wire winner, Matthew Richuk. Great job there. Quade Brown making the turn into shore. Nope, that's the 316. Dawson Newby.
Coming across, we have Jeff Lutker. Also on the 712, we have Nikki Turner. Coming across the front stretch here, this is our boat that we are having a struggle to see which numbers that is.
Whoa.
Here comes the New Zealand 11 NZ Quade Brown. And our 425 boat, that will be Wyatt Hayes. Coming across, we have boat number 85. That's Dustin Higdon, along with boat number 20, Nathan Hag. And 702, that's Jeb Zazor. All right, we'll be moving on to our next race. Our next race, we're going to have our IROC GP and our IROC stock.
That would be race 41. Norm Yee. That's race 41.
White sand in your toes, smell the sea in your nose. Touch the earth, yeah, it glows. Sunsets are pretty shows.
Every team prepares to win. But when U.S. Army soldiers take the field, it's best if the other guys don't bother showing up. See if you have what it takes at goarmy.com/team.
White sand in your toes, smell the sea in your nose. Touch the earth, yeah, it glows. Sunsets are pretty shows.
Trim and Hamilton's Eric Gabriel.
And on boat number 35 from South Loin, Michigan, sponsored by JBL Med 1, HDD, Riva, Jet Pilot, Jet Trim, IPD, Wonderland, Shoei, OGO, Spy, and EBS, we have Jason Lester.
On the 212, Kawasaki out of Venice, Florida. Sponsored by Broward Motorsports, Jet Lift, Hydroturf, Fly 360, and Jet Tribe, Sean Miles.
And on boat number 311 from Pinella Park, Florida, sponsored by Affordable Garage Door Experts and PWC Muscle, we have Jeremy Dickman.
On the 316 Sea-Doo out of Mount Juliet, Tennessee, sponsored by Team Faith, Fly Racing, Olens, Pirelli, KTM, Jet Lift, and Amsoil, Brian O'Rourke.
And his partner in crime, riding on boat number 516, also sponsored by Team Faith, Jet Lift, Amsoil, Ross Products, SSI Decals, and Jesus, Monica O'Rourke.
That rounds out the field for our IROC Stock IROC GP Combined Class, Race 14, Motor number 2. We got any extra holders out there?
If we can have some holder volunteers come down and help hold, we can have 4 per boat.
Actually, it looked like we just used one more out there.
There we go. Thank you, sir. Fire 'em up.
Lock him down. Big wave action coming at it. Oh, this is going to be exciting.
Here they go.
Monica O'Rourke pulling the trigger this time. She got a good drive and sees those 8-footers coming out her, slows down just a little bit. Gotta tell you, absolutely fun to see that happen. Oh! Our course marshal getting hammered out there.
I think that's Jason Lester who got the whole shot. I'm not sure, but I think that's who it is.
Lester, he be bester.
But he's got company right on his tail.
Eric Gabriel, I do believe. No, Nanette. That orange, I think that's, I'll wait until they come around. That orange boat.
Orange one's Gabriel.
It is Eric Gabriel, okay.
All right, here comes James Lester around the front. It looks like Gabriel's going to make a move on the inside.
Phenomenal move. It's going to get crazy here. Oh, look out. They're going to be close. Too close. What's going to happen?
A big wave coming around that next buoy.
Oh, man. I'll tell you what. Eric Gabriel made the turn. Cut tight. Lester wisely let him go by, because if he tried to cut him off, he would have had Gabriel boat all over him. So out in front, Eric Gabrielle in second position. Jason Lester. Those two going at it. Far left-hand side of the course, it's O'Rourke action. Monica and Brian.
It looks like Lester's closing the gap, though. It's going to be a battle between these two throughout the whole race.
Yes,
looks
it
like
will.
Lester got the inside, but Gabrielle is able to keep the lead. Here come the O'Rourkes.
Gabrielle and Lester going at it. Gabrielle in the lead now. Here comes Lester, though. Gabrielle makes the turns, stays hooked up. It's driving. Whoa! Massive air. And when he got the massive air, we've talked about it, that gave Lester the opportunity to drive in. And look how much Lester was able to catch up just in that one little straight section, Jordan.
Yeah, and then I think coming in on their third position, I can't pick out a boat number, but I think in fourth position is the 212 Sean Miles.
Is that Jeremy Dickman on the 311 in that third place position?
It very well could be. It is a Sea-Doo.
All right, so let's go down the lineup. I'm sorry. Sorry, Jordan. Great minds with a single thought. Eric Gabrielle in the lead in second. And on fire, Jason Lester. In third, Jeremy Dickman, followed by Sean Miles, and then the O'Rourke twins.
Yeah, there's going to be a battle between first and second throughout this whole race. Here they come, the two leaders coming across that buoy on the far left-hand side across the straightaway.
White flag out, penultimate lap, the final lap.
Ooh, Lester catching some big air right there, right on the front stretch.
I'll tell you what, he got slammed, and as that happened, Gabrielle looked over, and just in time to catch it, Gabrielle swung his head back, looked out towards the ocean, and sees this huge wave, just caught it in time.
All right, here comes Jeremy Dickman. Jeremy Dickman and Sean Miles are battling for the third and fourth position. They are within one buoy of each other. They are really close as they both get pummeled through some of those waves. Just
whoa, not good angles. They're headed towards each other.
Looks like Sean Miles pulls ahead of Jeremy Dickman.
Yes, he does. Far left-hand side of the course, first and second. Gabrielle and Lester going at it. Jason Lester, just needing one little mistake to be able to catch up. Both of these riders riding very well.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Eric Gabrielle. Followed right behind him, Jason Lester. And the battle for third and fourth are coming around the two right-handed yellow buoys. Sean Miles is up ahead of Jeremy Dickman, but Jeremy Dickman is trying to close the gap as much as he can, coming around on the front stretch here.
Final drive down the front straightaway. Looks like Miles over Dickman.
All right, everyone, to congratulate these riders in this race. We will be moving on right along to our ski four-stroke. This is that bigger jet ski you're talking about, just new on the market. A little bit bigger boat.
1500F. 1500 cc's of snarling four-stroke, four-cylinder power under the hood of that big Kawasaki.
What What's the seating score?
Yeah, and they're 3 songs. 4 shifts. Ah.
So we got 2 more races and we'll close.
This next race we've got. And then it's beer time.
Yeah,
with somebody who
yeah.
Florida. We're going to do corner down below. This side. Out of the wind. Sure. Yes. Well, I was trying to.
All right, and here come the O'Rourke Lovebirds coming across this front straightaway. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Brian or is it going to be Monica? Oh, Monica makes a move on Brian. And that is 2 races in front of Brian for Monica.
Power down.
As they both come across the finish line, they look to the sky and point and say, "Thank you, Jesus."
Warner. Warner.
I keep saying Kurt Warner too, just because of I think in football. Craig.
This second to final race, right?
Yeah.
All right, one more to go. One more, and then one more after that. You see multi-time world champion out there cruising like a shark, Craig Warner, looking for the right time to come in. Looks like we got an issue with the 114, trying to get that thing ready to go. Looks like AJ Lewinstra might have a little issue with his machine, maybe something stuck in the pump. You see his crew looking down at that thing, trying to get it roaring. They're getting the water out of that boat is what they're doing, Jordan. They were opening the duckbills at the back to let the water out, I do believe. They go so much faster when they don't have 600 pounds of water inside them. All right, they're lining them up. Norm Yee, our starter, looking down the line. All 3 of them lined up, ready to go. On the number 7 out of Ackworth, Georgia, Craig Warner. On the 22 out of Sanford, North Carolina, Nick Spring. And on the 114 out of Andover, AJ Lewinstra.
All right, looks like Craig Warner got a good start.
Warner following the lead of many of the other top riders. Oh, and both of our competitors rolled over.
That's
and
AJ,
held on.
AJ Lewinstra and Nick Spring both got pummeled by one of those waves. AJ Lewinstra looks like he's able to get back on his ski, got his feet in the tray. Off he goes. Nick Spring, he's back in the tray as well.
Now remember, Jordan, last time it took 2 laps for Warner to lap the field. He's got a quarter lap lead already, and his competition hasn't even got to the first buoy yet. That's the reality. Craig Warner, multi-time world champion. He's learning to ride this thing in the surf. We're going to talk to him after the race, maybe get some tips for those of you SXR 1500F riders that might have one of these. I'll tell you what, look at that boat. That thing is just FLYing, flying.
Yeah, you can
Warner.
tell he is a very experienced racer. He's 37 years old. He's able to read the waves really well, keep lots of traction, and he is flying through this course, like you said, Kurt.
Well, so Warner is on the back straightaway, second place.
AJ Lewinstra from Andover, Kansas,
just out here now on the front straightaway. AJ really likes the taste of the water out here in Florida.
All right, and then coming around the front stretch on boat number 22, we got Nick Spring.
Here we go. Here comes Warner. This will be the second lap for Warner.
Oh, it looks like he got caught up on a wave there, but no problem. He stays on the ski, keeps his feet in the tray, and still off he goes.
Second and third over on the far right-hand side of the course. Here comes Warner down the front straightaway.
He's going so fast through that.
Yes, he is.
Through those waves.
Jordan, got to tell you, I love your enthusiasm, man. It is so much fun to see somebody watch this stuff for the first, second, third time and really feel how good it feels to watch somebody as skilled as Craig Warner out there just, let's face it, annihilate the competition.
Yeah.
Warner getting ready to lap.
Yeah,
and I'm going to throw it down there. What do you think?
That's
half a lap?
Yeah, and I think he's coming up on Nick Spring real fast. If he's coming across as fast as he did on the front stretch, I'm sure he's going to go just as fast along the back stretch, which he does. But like you were saying, this is a lot of fun. I've had a lot of fun getting to know the riders, get to know them personally, hang out with them. Like AJ Lewinstra from Andover, Kansas.
Nick Spring goes down.
Like I learned that AJ has a trailer with his face on it.
The only one with his face on it. Well, with anyone's face on it. All right, here comes Warner. White flag out.
One lap.
He's lapped 2/3 of the field. Well, that wouldn't be true. He'd have to lap himself.
That's true. And I believe AJ Lewinstra is in the second position, and Craig Warner is going to lap the second position as he is in first position, catching a big air off that right-hand yellow buoy.
Jordan, that had to be 22, 25 feet right there.
Easily 22 feet.
And Warner going to make the turn onto the back straightaway and drive away.
Here he goes. AJ Lewinstra is in front. Oh, AJ Lewinstra goes down hard. Gets bucked right off his ski.
Oh, yeah, he's gone.
That might cost him the second position. We'll see if he can get back to his ski.
The ski's going to China. I don't know what the deal is. They're supposed to shut off.
Okay, that leaves it open for Nick Spring. Here he comes.
Up next, final race of the day, Sport Stock, Moto number 2. Actually, this is going to be the main, Sport Stock main.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming around the last buoy. Ooh, just getting bucked off. He's still got quite a bit of a lead since he's lapped the second place rider that he can take his time to get back on the tray, which he is. He's back on the tray, coming across the front straightaway. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for boat number 7, Craig Warner. Oh, and AJ Lewinstra got back on his ski. He did go down. He did go down again. That puts Nick Spring into the second position. AJ Lewinstra is back up. He's got to see if he can make up his time. Oh, but down in the water again. He must have WD-40 on his tray because his feet keep slipping off there, Craig.
Tell you what, you look over and see Warner. He's tumbling off that ski out there.
Oh, and then Nick Spring just goes down, which leaves the door open for AJ Lewinstra coming in for the second position. It's going to be close. AJ Lewinstra gets hooked up. He's getting lots of traction. I don't know. It's going to be close. It's so close. It's too close to tell. I can't tell who it was. But that was awesome. Nick Spring and AJ Lewinstra coming across that front straightaway. I don't know who won. We're going to get the results
between the two of them. Right, they were muzzle left there.
AJ Lewinstra, who came across. So we had Craig Warner in first, AJ Lewinstra in second, and then Nick Spring. That battle between second and third was a lot of fun to watch coming across that last straightaway. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have been taking pictures and seeing our race and our program here at Pro Watercross, please go onto all of our social media sites at Pro Watercross. Tag us. Make sure you can help us spread our love of our sport. We have one more race, and it's going to be our sport stock.
Sports Stock on the number 12 out of Naples, Florida, riding the Yamaha. Sponsored by Wade Chapin, BMS, Exotic Signs, Extreme Throttle, and Jet Trim, Chad Eggleston.
On boat number 13 from Ackworth, Georgia, sponsored by Monster Energy, Sea-Doo, and Mountain Motorsports, we have Dustin Farthing.
On the number 14, also from Naples, Florida, on the Yamaha, sponsored by Wade Chapin, Performance, Broward Motorsports, Exotic Signs, Wambleton's Customs, and I Saw Cameras, Keith Dill.
On boat number 18 from Naples, Florida, sponsored by HPE Performance, Whole Shot Performance, Engine Strokers Industry, we have Sean Reynolds.
On the number 21 Yamaha out of Delray Beach, Florida, sponsored by Team Mean Racing, Wambleton's Customs, and Riva Racing, Mark Landis.
All right, we have a sales sponsor from Thomaston, Georgia, riding on boat number 51. We have Derek Barbie.
On the number 78 out of Dawsonville, Georgia, riding the Yamaha for Riva Racing, Jet Dynamics, Impros, and Lucas Oil. Another one of those three brothers teams, Logan Hayes.
And riding on a Sea-Doo, number 85 from Biloxi, Mississippi, sponsored by Performance Jet Skiing Cycle and Ross Products, we have Gary Hopkins.
On the number 85 Yamaha out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, self-sponsored Dustin Higdon.
All right, and coming on boat number 95 from Davie, Florida, sponsored by Broward Motorsports, Team Mean Racing, Exotic Sign, Jet Tribe Racing, Judge Motorsports, and I Saw Cameras, we have Ken Waddle.
On the 111 out of Madison, Mississippi. On the Bullet Hole, sponsored by Judge Motorsports, Scat Track, Jet Trim, and Jet Pilot, Big Bad Billy Dearman.
And on boat number 130 from Allentown, Michigan, sponsored by Riva Racing, D's Mechanics, Jet Trim, Wambletons, we have Eric Gabriel.
On the 311 out of Pinellas Park, Florida, we need some holders to the line, please. We need some holders. We can have some holders come down immediately, please. We need some help down there on the line. Far right-hand side, thank you. On the 311 out of Pinellas Park, Jeremy Dickman.
On boat number 346, sponsored by Riva Racing from Dawsonville, Georgia, we have Kyle Hayes.
On the 425 Yamaha, also from Dawsonville, Wyatt Hayes.
And on 910 from Cumming, Georgia, we have Jeff McPhail.
And Dustin Farthing getting a whole shot on the left-hand side. The Dominator, Dustin Farthing.
All right, here we go. Coming across our front straightaway, we have our leaders. We'll get some boat numbers as they come across.
No boat number necessary. That's your leader, Dustin Farthing. Farthing reading the water and absolutely flying. Look at the speed that these sport boats are getting down the front straightaway.
That's Keith Deal on number 14 in the second position. Followed
Yes,
right
it is.
behind him, we have boat number 21, Mark Landis. And he's being chased real close by Chad Eggleston. So the battle for fourth and fifth, 18 and 249.
Kyle Hayes and Sean Reynolds are going at it. Oh! A full 360 backflip on the sport boat. And we've got riders and boats in the water all over the place. We got 4 down.
4 riders down. Some of them are able to get back up.
Whoa! Oh, I hope we're getting this on film, Maverick. Wow.
Well, it's hard because like these jet skis are coming around looking for the buoy, and they don't realize that underneath the bottom of that wave, there's a jet ski or a guy laying down on a ski.
Multiple
riders down.
Just to make it a little more difficult, Jordan, these aren't easy boats to get back on, okay? They've got a high center of gravity. When you're on and you're powering forward, they're pretty stable. But when they're floating, there's a system to getting up on a blaster. And watch, you can see these guys are having difficulty, and they live on these boats.
Was that number 12? What's the name of the leader?
Oh, Dustin Farthing.
Dustin Farthing already passing a lot of lap traffic. Keith Dill's following right behind him.
Farthing getting huge air, making it look easy. I'm waiting for him to throw down a knack-knack or a Superman.
Here comes Mark Landis in our number 3 position. He's followed right behind with Chad Eggleston. Woo! Oh my, we're catching some major air out there.
Tell you what.
We got another rider down here off of the left.
Yeah, he's way away from his boat. This is where we got to be exceptionally careful because these riders are coming at speed. They don't see the rider that's so far away from his boat. You can't see a helmet in the water. You feel a little clunk and find out about it later. Meanwhile,
Dustin Farthing just cruising across the front stretch here.
Out in front.
Here comes our number 2 position on the 2 right-hand buoys.
Farthing goes down. Sorry to jump in there. He just blasted through the wave. But see, there's the difference. You're back on in seconds and double jumping the next wave.
Yeah, Jeff McPhail, he got down, but our safety ski was able to get him back up and running.
There's Dearman, Keith Dill, there's Sean Reynolds.
There's Chad Eggleston battling right along with Mark Landis. They've been side by side this whole race, going back and forth.
Tell you what, those two are going at it. And Kyle Hayes wants to get up there and play with those two. The 3 of them have been real close all season. Whoa, Hayes goes up. And up again as he pulls the throttle, trying to get on the boat.
Oh, getting pummeled by some of those waves, just trying to get back on.
And he lost it.
I don't know, it looks like he's almost standing up in the water there.
Oh, he is standing up.
That's how far down the waves are going, as they're able to stand.
All right, got a rider down. Oh, he's trying to make it back up. Here comes Farthing. White flag out. 1 lap to go. Dustin Farthing, the Ackworth, Georgia rider, part of Mountain Motorsports, throwing it down. Speaking of throwing,
there goes another rider.
There goes another one. Blasters to the left of me, blasters to the right. Stuck in the middle with you. Here comes Dearman, Billy Dearman and McPhail going at it. Those two have had their battles in the past. Look at McPhail, decides to go way wide. And he went too far,
buoy,
and he flipped it.
That buoy right there on the front stretch, that first left-hand buoy, has been congested all race. All race, they've been just so congested right there. We got riders away from their skis all over the place.
Everywhere.
All over.
Speaking of which, yeah, far left-hand side of the track. And your leader coming around far left-hand side. Still got that same rider down, trying to get back on his HX. Incredibly difficult. All right, folks, let's hear it. Your wire-to-wire winner, Dustin Farthing.
What a race. A lot of excitement going on. Jet skis everywhere, riders everywhere, waves everywhere. This is what racing's all about. Having fun.
Green boy. Where's your flag away? Other end of the front straight, Nick. Go.
Races out there floating. You took a quick dive there for a second, and some spectacular aerials, by the way. Thank you. We'll check those out later. Tell us, what is the key to riding this kind of surf on a blaster?
You know, it's just all about picking the waves, picking the lines, and you know, today's the first day I've been back on a blaster in 16 years, and it's, you know, it's just the best conditions to ride in because it turns out to be a lot of the rider and not always the ski.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about Mountain Motorsports and that other racing thing I saw you on television just a couple nights ago.
Yeah, you know, Mountain Motorsports, we own 6 dealerships around the state of Georgia, and then they have 2 stores up in Tennessee as well. And, you know, we sell pretty much everything power sports related, motorcycles, ATVs, watercraft, side-by-side, you know, everything. But, you know, this weekend I just borrowed a boat actually from Sam Nemi at Broward Motorsports. He let me borrow his sports spec boat, and, you know, without him letting me ride that, it wouldn't be out here. So appreciate Sam for everything. Let me borrow that ski, and it was just a good time.
Well, really happy to see you. I hope you can make some of the other rounds. If it happens, it'll be fantastic. And 16 years, man, you have not missed a lick.
Yeah, you know, it's I spent a lot of time on a blaster as a kid, obviously, and but it feels good to be back out there. It's fun.
All right, anybody else you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Monster Energy, you know, for they're one of my major sponsors, and you know, they've been with me a long time. So without them, you know, people like AP Designs, Jet Trim, Scat Track, you know, there's just a lot of people that have helped out over the years. So my family, obviously, and you know, my cat daddy, all the guys that work on the truck and trailer and drive and set up the deer, they're the ones that make it happen.
Absolutely. Dustin, great job. Enjoy seeing you out there again, brother. All right. Well, that was the last one of the races here today, folks. But we've got a full lineup tomorrow. Oh, Brian O'Rourke, Team Faith. Free smoothies?
Yeah, free. Hey, I just want to invite everybody who's coming into the pits, anybody on the beach that can hear this, we're giving away free fruit smoothies while supplies last. We'll be up there in about 15, 20 minutes, and come on into the dirt pits. Yeah, not next to our Team Faith rig, but next to the Jordan Carroll rig. How about that?
All right, whoa. You're not going anywhere. I saw a little, team tactics going on there, possibly. I got to say, the first moto, I understand that. She's your wife. Want to lead her around, that's good. I noticed that she beat you to the line in the second moto. What's up with that?
Hey, she knows how to ride, and it's her first race, like you said, and it's big out there, man. I don't know. It doesn't look that big from here, but as you just saw in that last race, people were everywhere, and I wanted to protect my wife. I want to make sure she had a good experience, because if she has a good experience this one, then she'll want to come to the next one, and a happy wife, makes a happy life. So.
I know. I was telling you got the threesome, you two and Jesus together. How can you lose, right?
Yeah, no, we're blessed. We definitely are blessed. Want to thank Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, for keeping all of us safe out there, even in this rough conditions. And we've got some great sponsors behind us with Fly Racing, Western Power Sports, all the other sponsors. We've got about 26 sponsors, and Craig, and I'm just telling you, they all support us. I'm old. We're out having fun, but we love Jesus, and we're bringing a church service to the races. And as long as we keep doing that, we'll keep being blessed. So thank you guys so much.
All right. Thank you, Brian O'Rourke. We really appreciate you coming down and always putting it out for us. Jordan, what's your thoughts at the end of the day?
My thoughts is this was some great racing today. Like you was saying, it's not just coming down to your ski or your boat. It comes down to the riding and how skilled you are at learning the course, and it was just a lot of fun to watch. It was real exciting.
Yeah, wave selection is just, as Dustin was just telling us, wave selection is critical. When you have this kind of course out there, can you imagine Supercross if the dirt changed like this every 3 feet?
Yeah, that would be crazy.
I'll tell you what, in my mind, Supercross got nothing over a surf race with the Pro Watercross group.
That's right.
Amen to that, I hear you. All right, well, thank you very much. We're looking forward to seeing you here tomorrow. Everybody out on the beach, look forward to seeing you again. And let's take a little break from the wind.
Sounds good. Bye, everybody.